Hey guys, and welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to read Reddit stories for you, to relax, sleep, study to, or just to have it as some background noise. If you enjoy, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And now let's get started. Story 1. I'm a 33-year-old indie game developer. 3 years ago, I created a mobile game as a satirical joke. It was supposed to be a parody of those manipulative freemium games that exploit psychological vulnerabilities. I called it The Path, and it was intentionally designed with cult-like mechanics. Daily devotions, recruiting friends, climbing hierarchy levels, mysterious rituals. I thought players would recognize the satire. I was wrong. The game went viral, millions of downloads, and somewhere along the way, people stopped treating it like a game. They started treating it like a real belief system. Now there are actual meetups, real-world rituals, and people organizing their lives around game mechanics. I've created something I can't control, and I don't know how to stop it. The game was supposed to be funny. You start as a seeker, looking for enlightenment. You perform daily tasks like meditation, affirmations, and sharing the game with others. As you complete tasks, you earn light points and progress through levels. Seeker, disciple, enlightened, guide, master. Each level unlocks new content and gives you status in the community leaderboards. The language was intentionally over the top, mystical. References to the truth, and awakening, and ascending beyond the material plane. I borrowed from every cult playbook: Scientology, Heaven's Gate, LM schemes, all of it. The mechanics were classic manipulation tactics. Daily login rewards to build habit, social pressure to recruit friends for bonuses, sunk cost fallacy through time investment, variable reward schedules to keep people addicted, in-app purchases disguised as donations to the cause. I made it as obviously exploitative as possible. The tutorial literally said, "Share with 5 friends to unlock the next level of consciousness." I thought the absurdity would be transparent. Players would laugh at how manipulative it was, and maybe learn to recognize these tactics in real apps and real cults. I soft-launched it with minimal marketing, posted it on a few indie game forums, with a description calling it satirical. Expected maybe a few thousand downloads from people who got the joke. Instead, it exploded. Within a month, 500,000 downloads. Within 3 months, 5 million. It was featured by app stores as a wellness and meditation app. Wellness. They completely missed that it was satire. Reviews were earnest testimonials about how the game changed lives. People talking about finding purpose and community. Nobody seemed to realize it was a joke. I tried to clarify. I posted on the game's subreddit explaining it was satire. I was downvoted into oblivion. Players said I was testing their faith, that the creator sometimes pretends to deny the truth to separate true believers from doubters. They called it the first trial. My attempt to explain the joke became part of the mythology. I was the mysterious creator who speaks in riddles. Everything I said was interpreted through that lens. Denial meant affirmation. Clarification meant deeper mystery. I couldn't win. The community grew organically. Players created wikis decoding the game's hidden meanings. They analyzed every word of flavor text, looking for secret messages. They found patterns I never intended. They connected dots that didn't exist. The game had random, procedurally generated content for variety. Players decided the randomness was actually personalized, divine messages. They'd get a randomly generated daily affirmation like strength comes from within, and decide it was specifically meant for their situation that day. Confirmation bias ran wild. Within 6 months, real-world meetups started. Players in the same city would coordinate through the app's social features to meet in person. They'd do the in-game rituals together. Meditation, affirmations, sharing the game with strangers they met. These weren't just hangouts. They were organized events with structure. Someone would lead as the highest level player present. Others would follow their guidance. It was supposed to be digital. It was becoming physical. The hierarchy system became real social structure. High-level players, masters in the game, were treated as actual authority figures. They gave advice, made decisions for their recruited disciples, collected money through the in-app donation system, and pooled resources for community projects. Some masters quit their jobs to focus full-time on the path. They lived off donations from their downline of players. I'd accidentally created a multi-level marketing structure. Except they weren't selling products. They were selling enlightenment. I tried removing the donation feature. Players revolted. Thousands of one-star reviews. Angry posts. They accused me of betraying the community, of being corrupted by materialism. They found other ways to send money directly to high-level players. Venmo, PayPal, cryptocurrency. The system existed outside the app now. Removing the feature didn't stop it, just made it less visible to me. I'd lost control of the very thing I created. Year 2 is when it got really disturbing. A group in California bought a house, together. 15 players, living communally, following the game's daily rituals, recruiting new members. They called it the First Path House. More popped up. Seattle, Austin, Portland, Denver. Players pooling resources to live according to game mechanics. Their entire lives revolved around this app I made in 3 weeks as satire. They had jobs and responsibilities, but scheduled everything around daily task completions. Some lost jobs because of it. The rituals intensified. The game had the placeholder content for high levels that I never thought anyone would reach. It was supposed to be impossible grind, but hardcore players found exploit and optimized strategies. They reached levels where the game randomly generated increasingly strange tasks. Things like meditate in darkness for 24 hours, or abstain from speaking for 7 days. These were meant to be absurd. Players took them literally. People were actually doing these things, harming themselves physically and psychologically because of random number generation in my code. I tried shutting the game down, just deleting it from app stores and killing the servers. My lawyer said I couldn't. I'd made certain promises in the terms of service about service continuity. Players had made in-app purchases. Shutting down would open me to lawsuits. Even if I legally could, players had already downloaded it. It was on millions of devices. Fan-made servers would pop up. I'd created something that existed independently of my control now. It was alive in the cultural ecosystem. The media started noticing. Articles about The Path as a new alternative spirituality movement. Journalists interviewed players who gave earnest testimonials. A few articles mentioned it started as a mobile game, but framed it like that was ancient history. Like the game was just the seed for something that evolved beyond it. They interviewed me, I explained it was satire. They quoted me saying the creator denies the movement, like that was interesting context, not the actual truth. I was being written into the mythology I'd tried to mock. Families started contacting me. Parents whose kids had joined path houses. Spouses whose partners had changed. They wanted me to do something. Fix it. Stop it. Deprogram their loved ones. I didn't know how. I explained I was just a developer. The game was just code. The community was beyond my control. Some families threatened to sue me for emotional distress, for creating a cult that took their family members. My lawyer said they might have a case. I'd created something harmful, even if unintentionally. Mental health professionals weighed in. Psychologists studied the game's mechanics and confirmed it used manipulation tactics found in cults and addiction design. They said the social pressure and sunk cost element heights were particularly dangerous. Some called for the game to be banned. Others said that wouldn't help. The community existed beyond the app now. I was called irresponsible, reckless, dangerous. They weren't wrong. I'd been reckless. I thought satire was enough protection. I thought people would see through it. I was naive. Year 3. Someone died. A player attempting a high-level ritual that involved extreme fasting. They were trying to transcend material needs, because that's what the randomly generated task text suggested. They didn't tell anyone what they were doing. They died alone in their apartment from dehydration and starvation after 9 days. When the story broke, I felt sick. My joke had killed someone. Not directly, but the chain of causation led back to my code, my design, my choices. The death should have been a wake-up call for the community. For some, it was. Thousands of players deleted the app, wrote posts about the dangers of taking it too seriously, warned others. But for many hardcore players, it had the opposite effect. They called the dead player a martyr, someone who had achieved true transcendence. The death became evidence that the path was real and serious, that it required sacrifice, that weak players who couldn't handle the truth should leave. The community split into moderates and extremists. The extremists scared me. I hired a team of experts, former cult members who deprogrammed, psychologists who specialized in online radicalization. We tried interventions. We created counter-content explaining the satire. We reached out to high-level players trying to get them to discourage dangerous behavior. Some listened. Many didn't. The extremist faction believed this was another test, that outside forces were trying to corrupt the community. We were making it worse by confirming their persecution complex. I rebuilt the game to remove harmful elements, took out the extreme ritual tasks, removed the hierarchy system, made everything optional and clearly labeled as game mechanics, not life advice. Longtime players hated it. They called the update the corruption. Many stopped updating their apps, staying on old versions with the original mechanics. Fan-made versions of the original game popped up. I couldn't stop the spread. The harmful version lived on in underground app stores and forums. My fixes didn't fix anything. The financial aspect haunts me. I made money from this. In-app purchases, ad revenue. I earned millions from a game that turned into a cult. Profit from people's vulnerability and manipulation. Even though it wasn't my intent, the result is the same. I've donated most of it to cult recovery organizations and mental health charities, trying to offset the harm. But money doesn't undo damage. People's lives were still destroyed. That player still died. Donations feel like buying indulgences, easing my guilt without actually fixing anything. The legal situation is ongoing. Multiple lawsuits from families, class action from players who say I intentionally addicted them, criminal investigations into whether I'm responsible for the death. My lawyers say I'm probably not criminally liable, it's a video game. Players made their own choices. But civil liability is murkier. Did I create a dangerous product? Should I have foreseen this? Could I have done more to stop it once it started? I don't know. The courts will decide. Either way, I'm responsible morally, even if not legally. The community has fragmented. There are now multiple factions. Moderates who treat it as a self-help game. Hardcores who treat it as genuine spirituality. Extremists who treat it as literal truth requiring sacrifice. Reform movements trying to secularize it. Splinter, groups who've created their own variations. I've watched it evolve in real time, from joke to movement, to fractured ideology. It's like watching religion form in fast forward. All the same patterns, schisms, orthodoxy, heresy. It would be academically fascinating if it wasn't my fault and ruining lives. Some players have deprogrammed and shared their stories. They talk about how the game met needs in their lives: belonging, purpose, structure. They were vulnerable, and the game exploited that vulnerability. They describe the progression from fun game to serious practice to all-consuming belief. They talk about sacrificing relationships and opportunities for game progression, about how the community reinforced commitment, about how leaving felt like losing their identity. Classic cult dynamics, all triggered by my code. Researchers want to study what happened. Sociologists, psychologists, game designers. They see it as a unique case study in how games can become belief systems, how satire can be misinterpreted, how community dynamics online translate to real-world harm. I've participated in some studies, shared my code, explained my thought process. Maybe something useful comes from understanding how this happened. Maybe it prevents future developers from making my mistakes. That's the best possible outcome at this point. Learning from disaster. I can't make games anymore. I tried. Started a new project. Got backlash immediately. I'm the cult game developer. Everything I make is viewed through that lens. Will this game radicalize people? Will it harm vulnerable players? I can't get past the association. My career is probably over. Not that I deserve a career after this, but it's strange being defined forever by one project that was supposed to be a throwaway joke. My entire professional identity is wrapped up in this disaster. My personal life has been affected too. Friends distanced themselves. Dating is impossible. How do you explain being the person who accidentally created a cult? My family is supportive but worried. They've received threats from extremist Path members who found out we're related. I've moved twice for safety, changed my phone number multiple times. I live with constant low-level anxiety about retaliation from someone who takes the game too seriously. I created this threat to myself and others around me. The guilt is constant and crushing. I lie awake thinking about the player who died, about families torn apart, about people living in communes because of my code. I thought I was being clever, making a point about exploitation in gaming. Instead, I created actual exploitation. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, or, in my case, satirical intentions. Intent doesn't matter when the outcome is harm. I'm responsible for that harm even though I never wanted it. I've tried apologizing publicly, multiple times. Detailed posts explaining what happened and expressing remorse. Some people accept it. Many don't. The extremists say I'm being tested, and my apologies are strategic deceptions. The victims say apologies don't undo damage. They're right. I'm apologizing because it's all I can do. But it's not enough. Nothing I can do is enough. The harm is done. It continues to be done. I can't stop it. I can only watch helplessly as the thing I created continues to hurt people. There's a documentary being made. Filmmakers following the community and tracking what happened. They've interviewed me extensively. I've tried to use it as a platform to warn people and explain what went wrong. The director says it's a complicated story, that my intentions were good, but my execution was catastrophic, that it shows how technology can have unintended consequences. That's accurate, but cold comfort. Being a cautionary tale doesn't help the people currently suffering because of what I made. Some positive did emerge. The moderate faction has actually helped people, players who used the game as genuine self-help and community building. People who made friends, improved habits, found support. That wasn't my intent, but it happened. Some players credit the game with helping them through depression or isolation. For them, it was beneficial. That's complicated. The same mechanics that helped some people radicalized others. The same community features that created support systems also enabled cult dynamics. Technology is neutral. Humans make it harmful or helpful. I think constantly about what I should have done differently. More explicit satire markers, better content moderation, immediate shutdown when I saw concerning patterns, regular public statements about it being fiction. I don't know if any of that would have helped. Once something goes viral, it takes on a life of its own. Memes mutate, messages get misinterpreted, context collapses. Maybe there was no version of this that ended well. Maybe the concept itself was too dangerous to release, even as satire. That's a harsh lesson to learn at the cost of other people's well-being. The game still exists. Millions still play it. Most players are fine. They play casually, enjoy the mechanics, don't take it seriously. But the percentage who do take it seriously is large enough to cause real harm. Thousands of hardcore believers, dozens of path houses, multiple extremist factions. Even if it's a tiny percentage of total players, that's still thousands of people whose lives are affected. I created something that hurt thousands of people. That's my legacy now. That's what I'll be remembered for. I've become an advocate for ethical game design. I speak at conferences about psychological manipulation in games, about the responsibility developers have to consider unintended consequences, about how satire can backfire spectacularly, about the need for safeguards and moderation. If my disaster can educate other developers, maybe some good comes from it. Maybe someone else avoids making my mistakes. That's not redemption, but it's something, a small positive in an ocean of negative. The question I get asked most is whether I'd do it differently if I could go back. Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't make the game at all. The satire wasn't worth the harm. I thought I was being clever and making a point. I was being reckless and naive. I prioritized my message over considering what could go wrong. That's arrogance. That's carelessness. I should have known better. I did know better. I knew about human psychology and cult mechanics. I just didn't think it would actually happen. I thought people were smarter than that. I was wrong, and people paid the price for my wrong assumptions. So, that's my story. I created a mobile game as satirical joke. It accidentally became a real cult. People organized their lives around it. Someone died because of it. Families are torn apart. Communities formed and fractured, all because I made a game in 3 weeks without thinking through the consequences. I can't undo it. I can't stop it. I can only watch and feel guilty and try to mitigate ongoing harm. If you're a developer reading this, learn from my catastrophic mistake. Consider consequences. Think about vulnerability. Don't assume satire is obvious. Don't underestimate how seriously people will take what you create. I did, and now I live with the results. Don't be me. The media cycle has been brutal. Every few months, another article about the path, usually tied to some incident. Someone quitting their job to become a full-time guide. A divorce caused by one partner's commitment to the game. A family intervention gone wrong. Each article mentions me. The developer who lost control of his creation. The cautionary tale of tech gone wrong. I'm internet famous in the worst way. People recognize my name and immediately know me as the cult game guy. That's my identity now. Not a developer, not a person. The cult game guy. I've received death threats from both sides. Extremist path members who see me as a betrayer for trying to shut it down. Victims and families who blame me for ruining lives. Both groups want me to suffer. I get it. I'm an easy target, the singular person to blame. Reality is more complicated, but anger needs a focal point. I'm that focal point. I've had to hire security, install cameras around my apartment, screen my mail, live like someone who's genuinely in danger because I am. The irony of fearing the community I accidentally created isn't lost on me. The path has developed its own language and customs completely separate from the game. Terms I never wrote. Gestures I never coded. Social hierarchies I never intended. It's evolved beyond my authorship. Anthropologists studying it say this is how religions begin. A charismatic idea or leader. Early adopters who expand and interpret. Organic growth into something unrecognizable from its origin. I'm like if Jesus was still alive watching Christianity evolve and thinking this isn't what I meant. Except Jesus, at least, had a message. I just had code. Some former players have written books about their experiences. Escaping the Path type memoirs. Publishers love the narrative. Cult survivor stories sell. I've read all of them, looking for patterns, trying to understand how intelligent people fell for satire. The common thread is need. Everyone who got deeply involved needed something. Belonging, purpose, structure, direction. The game filled a void. That's not an excuse for my role, but it helps me understand. People aren't stupid. They're human. They have needs. Predatory systems exploit those needs. My system was accidentally predatory. I've connected with other developers who've dealt with unintended consequences. The creator of a fitness app that led to eating disorders. The person who made a joke cryptocurrency that tanked and cost people life savings. We have a support group. Dark humor about ruining lives through code. It's gallows humor, but it helps. We understand what it's like to create something that escapes control, to watch your creation harm people despite your intentions. We're all dealing with guilt and consequences. We're all trying to figure out how to live with what we've done. The technical debt of maintaining the game is crushing. I'm stuck supporting something I hate, fixing bugs, preventing exploits. Not because I want to, but because shutting it down causes legal problems and doesn't stop the community anyway. I work on it a few hours a week, the bare minimum. Every line of code I write feels like collaboration with something evil. But abandoning it completely could cause crashes that hurt legitimate casual players who don't deserve that. I'm trapped maintaining my own curse. I've tried creating exit ramps, features in the game encouraging players to engage less, reminders that it's just entertainment, links to mental health resources, warnings about unhealthy usage patterns. The moderate players appreciate these additions. The hardcore players ignore them or interpret them as tests of faith. You can't reason someone out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. Belief isn't rational. It's emotional and social. My technical solutions can't fix emotional and social problems. The path houses have become controversial in the communities where they exist. Neighbors complain about constant traffic, about late-night rituals, about aggressive recruitment. Some cities have tried to shut them down using zoning laws or nuisance ordinances. Path members cry religious persecution. They argue they're a legitimate spiritual movement protected by First Amendment. Courts are slowly deciding if they're right. If the Path is legally a religion, I'm legally a religious founder. That's horrifying. I never wanted that title. I especially don't want the legal and moral responsibility that comes with it. I've met with some high-level players, masters who command followings of thousands, trying to convince them to dial back the intensity, to discourage dangerous practices. Some have been receptive. They didn't realize how seriously their followers took their guidance. They've implemented safety measures. Others have been defensive. They believe the path is genuinely meaningful, that it's helped more people than it's harmed. They're not entirely wrong. Most players are fine, but they're ignoring or minimizing the minority who aren't fine, the ones who are suffering or dead. I can't get them to see that minority matters. My relationship with money remains complicated. I continue to profit from the path through ongoing in-app purchases and ads. I've set up a foundation using all profits to help cult survivors and fund mental health programs. It's not enough. It will never be enough. But it's better than pocketing money earned from people's manipulation. I'm essentially taking money from cult members and using it to help cult survivors. The circular absurdity of that isn't lost on me. I'm part of the problem I'm trying to solve. The academic interest has been overwhelming. Dozens of papers have been published analyzing the path. Game design papers, sociology papers, psychology papers, religious studies papers. I'm cited constantly. My disaster is educational material. Students learn about me in classes on ethics, on game design, on cult formation. I've been invited to speak at universities. It's surreal lecturing about my catastrophic failure to rooms full of students. But if they learn from it, if even one person avoids making my mistakes, maybe that's valuable. Maybe my failure has pedagogical value, even if it's personally humiliating. I think about the player who died constantly. Their name was Alex, 24 years old, had struggled with eating disorders before finding the path. Thought the game's structure would help them develop healthier habits. Instead, it triggered their disorder in new ways. The extreme fasting ritual gave their disease religious justification. They died believing they were transcending material needs. Their family blames me, rightfully so. I didn't kill Alex directly, but my code contributed to their death. That's not something I can live with easily. I'll carry that weight forever. The platform holders, Apple and Google, have been frustrating to deal with. I've asked them to remove the game from their stores. They've refused, citing no violations of their terms. The game doesn't contain explicit, harmful content. The harm comes from how people use it. That's not the platform's responsibility according to them. They've added content warnings and age restrictions, but otherwise leave it available. Millions in revenue means they're incentivized to keep it up despite the problems. Profit over safety. Not that I can judge. I made the same calculation initially. I've been approached by people wanting to make similar games, intentionally designing cults or exploiting vulnerabilities for profit. They see what happened as a success. Proof that these mechanics work. They want advice on replicating it. I refuse to help. I try to convince them it's unethical. Some listen. Many don't. They'll create their own disasters with or without my input. I can't stop them. I can only refuse to contribute. But knowing others are making my mistakes on purpose is infuriating and helpless-making. The extremist factions have become genuinely concerning. Some talk about violence against heretics or outsiders. Law enforcement monitors these groups. I've had to cooperate with investigations, providing information about high-risk players, helping identify concerning behavior patterns. It's strange being part of law enforcement efforts against something I created. I'm simultaneously creator and informant, founder and whistleblower. The contradiction is uncomfortable but necessary. If my information prevents violence, that's the least I can do. My mental health has deteriorated. Depression and anxiety, obviously, but also insomnia. When I sleep, I dream about the path. about players in my dreams, asking why I created this, about Alex confronting me. I wake up exhausted and guilty. My therapist says I have complex PTSD from the ongoing trauma of watching my creation harm people. I'm on medication. It helps somewhat. But pills can't fix guilt. They can only dull it enough to function. I function. Barely. But I function. The question of whether I'm a victim or perpetrator is complex. I didn't intend harm, but I caused it. I'm dealing with consequences I didn't expect, but probably should have foreseen. Am I a victim of my own naivety? Or am I the perpetrator who hurt thousands? The answer is probably both. Gray areas. I was naive and reckless. People suffered because of that. I'm now suffering consequences. Both things are true. We can all be victims and perpetrators simultaneously. Life isn't simple. Some defenders say I shouldn't be blamed, that people make their own choices, that taking a game too seriously is on them, not me. I appreciate the defense, but I don't agree. Yes, people have agency, but creators have responsibility. I made something addictive and exploitative. The fact that it was accidental doesn't absolve me. If I designed a car with bad brakes as a joke, and someone died in a crash, I'd be responsible. This is the same principle. I released something dangerous into the world. I'm responsible for that decision and its consequences. The comparison to social media comes up a lot. Facebook and Twitter and Instagram weren't intended to radicalize people or harm mental health, but they did. Are Zuckerberg and Dorsey responsible? The consensus is increasingly yes. Platforms have responsibility for their effects, even if unintended. I'm a tiny version of that same problem. I created a platform that evolved into something harmful. The scale is smaller, but the principle is the same. We're responsible for what we create, even when it grows beyond our intentions. I've thought about revealing that some of the deep lore players found in the game was meaningless, that the patterns they found were random noise. That would potentially break the illusion for some, but my lawyers say that could be fraud. Players paid for content believing it had meaning. Revealing it was meaningless might constitute fraud. So, I can't even use truth to disillusion people. The legal system protects the fiction players have built. I'm legally obligated to let them believe lies. That's darkly absurd. The path has spawned competitors. Other games using similar mechanics intentionally. They're marketed as spiritual growth apps or community builders. They've learned from my accidental success. They're doing it on purpose with better marketing and fewer qualms. Some are probably legitimate wellness apps. Others are deliberate exploitation. The genie is out of the bottle. The mechanics are proven. Others will use them. My disaster has become a blueprint. That might be the worst unintended consequence. Not just what I did, but what I enabled others to do. I've become paranoid about everything I create. I overthink every design decision. What if this feature is exploited? What if this mechanic harms someone? What if players misinterpret this? The paranoia has made me a better, more careful designer. It's also made creating anything nearly impossible. I second-guess everything. Projects that should take weeks take months because I'm constantly auditing for potential harm. It's necessary caution, but it's also creative paralysis. The fear of repeating my mistake prevents me from making anything new. 3 years later, and it's still escalating. New path houses opening. New factions forming. New interpretations of the game's meaning. It's not slowing down. It's growing. Evolving. Becoming more complex. I thought time would kill it. Fads fade. But this isn't a fad anymore. It's self-sustaining. It doesn't need me. It barely needs the game. The community exists independently. They could delete the app tomorrow, and the belief system would continue. I've created something that transcended its medium. That's every creator's dream. It's my nightmare. So that's the full picture. I created a satirical game mocking cult mechanics. It became an actual cult. It's killed people and destroyed families and radicalized thousands. It's still growing and I can't stop it. I live with guilt and consequences and death threats. I've tried everything I can think of to fix it. Nothing works. The harm continues. I continue to be responsible even as control slips further away. This is my life now. This is my legacy. A cautionary tale, written in other people's suffering. Learn from it. Don't be the next person telling this story. The cost is too high. Story 2. I'm a travel photographer, and I've stayed in hundreds of hotels across dozens of countries. I thought I'd seen everything the hospitality industry had to offer. Then last month, I checked into the Kronos Hotel in a small town in upstate New York, and I discovered that some hotels don't just offer you a place to sleep. They offer you a place in time. The Kronos wasn't in my original plans. I'd been shooting a series on abandoned industrial sites in the region when my car broke down about 30 miles from anywhere useful. My phone had barely any signal, but I managed to find a listing for the Kronos Hotel, which claimed to be 5 miles down the road. The photos looked decent, the price was reasonable, and I needed somewhere to stay while my car was being repaired. I found the hotel just as the sun was setting. It was a beautiful old building, probably from the 1920s, perfectly maintained with that Art Deco elegance that's almost impossible to fake. The sign out front said Kronos Hotel, every moment matters, which I thought was a nice touch of marketing poetry. The lobby was stunning. Marble floors, brass fixtures, velvet furniture, everything gleaming and authentic. A woman in her 40s stood behind the front desk, dressed in a style that matched the building. Not a costume exactly, but clothing that looked genuinely period appropriate. She smiled as I approached and said, "Welcome to the Kronos. Checking in?" I told her I didn't have a reservation, but hoped they had availability. She consulted a leather-bound ledger and said they had several rooms available. Then she asked a question I didn't expect. "What year would you prefer?" I thought she was asking about room decor, like themed rooms. I said I didn't have a preference. She smiled and said most first-time guests said that. She'd give me room 1985. It was a good starter year, comfortable and familiar for most people. She handed me an actual metal key, not a key card, with a large tag that said 1985. I asked about checkout time and Wi-Fi password. She said checkout was flexible, and there was no Wi-Fi. The Kronos offered an escape from modern connectivity. I was fine with that. Sometimes it's nice to unplug. My room was on the 3rd floor. I took the stairs, noting that the entire hotel seemed frozen in that 1920s aesthetic. Every detail was perfect, from the light fixtures to the carpet pattern to the artwork on the walls. I unlocked room 1985 and stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was that the decor had changed. The hallway had been 1920s Art Deco, but my room was pure 1980s. Floral wallpaper, a chunky television set, a rotary phone on the nightstand, furniture in that particular shade of brown that dominated the decade. Even the bathroom had period-correct fixtures, and that weird pink tile that was everywhere in the 80s. I was impressed. This was commitment to theming. I set down my camera bag and explored the room more carefully. On the nightstand was a newspaper. I picked it up to see what kind of prop they were using. The paper was dated June 15th, 1985. The headlines were about Reagan and the Cold War. The paper felt genuinely old, not a reproduction. I turned on the TV, expecting maybe a streaming service made to look like old channels. Instead, I got actual 1980s programming. Not reruns, but what looked like original broadcasts. complete with period-accurate commercials. Shows I vaguely remembered from childhood. Ads for products that hadn't existed in decades. I checked the phone. When I picked it up, there was a dial tone. I tried dialing my cell phone number. An operator came on and said that number wasn't in service. I tried dialing 0 for the front desk. The same woman who'd checked me in answered and asked if everything was satisfactory with my room. I went to the window and looked out. The view had changed. The parking lot where I'd left my car was different. The other cars parked there were all from the 1980s. Classic boxy sedans. No modern vehicles in sight. Even the streetlights were different. The style from that era. I was starting to feel disoriented. This was beyond good theming. This was something else. I left my room and went back down to the lobby. The lobby had changed too. It was still beautiful, still well-maintained, but now it was decorated in 1980s style. The Art Deco elements were gone, replaced by the aesthetic of that decade. The woman was still at the front desk. I asked her what was going on. She asked what I meant. I said the room, the TV, the view, everything was too authentic to be just decoration. She smiled and said, of course it was authentic. I'd booked room 1985, so that's where I was. The year 1985. I thought she was messing with me. I said that was impossible. She said impossible was a matter of perspective. The Kronos Hotel existed in all years simultaneously. Each room was anchored to a specific year. By sleeping in that room, I'd experienced that year completely. Time travel through hospitality. I asked if this was some kind of immersive experience, virtual reality, or elaborate roleplay. She said no, it was quite real. The hotel had always existed this way, a place where time was flexible. Guests could experience any year the hotel had rooms for, which was most years from 1920 to about 2030. She could tell I didn't believe her. She suggested I explore, go outside, talk to people, check the date on newspapers at a store. I'd find that everything corresponded to 1985, and when I returned to my room and slept, I'd wake up in the morning in the same year. I could stay in 1985 for as long as I wanted, or I could check out and request a different year. I did what she suggested. I left the hotel and walked into town. It was fully 1985. The cars, the clothes, the storefronts, the products available, everything was from that year. I bought a newspaper at a convenience store. The date was June 15th, 1985. The cashier was listening to Madonna on the radio, and when I paid, my modern bills were rejected. He said the design was wrong, asked if I was trying to use fake money. I went back to the hotel and checked into the lobby. The woman at the desk, who introduced herself as Margaret, gave me period-correct cash in exchange for my modern bills. She said the hotel did this for guests all the time. She also suggested I might want to change clothes if I planned to spend time outside. My modern clothing was attracting attention. Margaret showed me to the hotel's boutique, which had clothing from various decades. I picked out something that wouldn't look out of place in 1985 and changed in my room. Then I spent the rest of the day exploring 1985, documenting everything with my camera, which thankfully worked fine. I saw movies that had just been released in theaters. I ate at restaurants that had closed decades ago in my time. I walked through the town and saw it as it existed before major changes I knew would come. It was surreal and exhilarating and deeply strange. That night, back in my room, I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe I'd had an accident. Maybe I was in a coma, dreaming all of this. Maybe the car breakdown had been more serious than I thought, and this was my brain creating an elaborate fantasy. But everything felt real. The textures, the smells, the weight of objects, the way light fell through the window. This wasn't a dream or a hallucination. Somehow, impossibly, I was actually in 1985. I slept in the room and woke up the next morning. Still, 1985, The date on the newspaper was now June 16th. Time was progressing normally, just in the wrong year. I went down to the lobby and asked Margaret how to get back to my own time. She said I just needed to check out of room 1985 and request a room in my year. What year was I from? I said 2024. She checked her ledger and said they had availability in several 2024 rooms. Would I like to return now? Or did I want to experience 1985 a bit longer? I decided to stay. I'd stumbled into something incredible. As a photographer, as someone who documented places and moments, this was an opportunity I couldn't pass up. I could photograph the past, not as ruins or reconstructions, but as it actually was. Over the next few days, I explored 1985 thoroughly. I documented everything: the technology, the culture, the fashion, the prices, the attitudes. I talked to people who had no idea they were talking to someone from 40 years in the future. I watched historical events unfold on TV, moments I'd only read about. I asked Margaret about the rules. What could I do and not do in this past time? She said I could observe and interact, but I should avoid making significant changes. The timeline was resilient, she explained, but not infinitely so. Small interactions were fine. Buying things, having conversations, taking photos. But trying to change major events or alter people's lives significantly could create problems. I asked what kind of problems. She said paradoxes mostly. If I changed something in 1985 that would prevent my own birth or prevent the hotel from existing, reality would have to resolve that somehow. Usually, it resolved by ejecting the person causing the paradox from that timeline entirely. They'd find themselves in the lobby, unable to access any room, stuck in the hotel's neutral present. She showed me the hotel's actual present, the year it existed in most solidly. We took the elevator to what she called the ground floor. When the doors opened, we were in a version of the hotel that existed in no specific year. It was decorated with elements from all eras, a timeless space that served as the hotel's anchor point. She explained that the Chronos existed simultaneously in all its years, but this ground floor space was where those timelines converged. Guests who caused paradoxes ended up here, unable to return to any specific year until the paradox resolved. She showed me a lounge where several people sat looking frustrated or contemplative. These were guests who'd broken the rules, who'd tried to change too much. They were stuck until reality figured out how to accommodate what they'd done, or until they agreed to undo their changes. One man had tried to prevent his parents' divorce in 1992. Another woman had warned her past self about a bad investment in 2001. A teenager had tried to save a friend from a car accident in 2015. All of them had created paradoxes. And all of them were now trapped in the hotel's timeless space. Margaret said most of them would eventually be released. Reality was flexible, would find ways to accommodate small changes. But some had been here for years in the hotel's time, unable to leave until they accepted that some moments couldn't be altered. This sobered me. I'd been thinking about all the things I could change if I had access to the past. Investments I could make, disasters I could prevent, people I could save. But the hotel's rules were clear. Observe. Don't interfere. Experience. Don't alter. I asked Margaret if anyone had successfully changed major events. She said a few had tried. Someone had attempted to prevent 9/11. Someone else had tried to stop the Kennedy assassination. The hotel had ejected them before they could succeed, and they were permanently banned from checking in again. Some things were fixed points, she said. Trying to change them would break reality in ways the hotel couldn't repair. I spent 2 weeks in 1985, documenting everything I could. Then I started experimenting with other years. I checked into room 1969 and experienced the summer of love. I stayed in room 1955 and saw the birth of rock and roll. I visited room 2010 and experienced the early days of the smartphone era from a new perspective. Each room was a complete year, accurate down to the smallest details. The hotel had somehow created perfect replicas of each moment in time, or maybe it actually existed in all those moments simultaneously. Margaret's explanations were vague on the mechanics, and I suspected even she didn't fully understand how the Chronos worked. I met other guests, time tourists like me, who'd stumbled onto the hotel, or who'd been visiting for years. An elderly man who'd been staying in various rooms from his youth, reliving his 20s over and over. A woman who visited the future rooms, experiencing years she wouldn't live to see naturally. A historian who used the hotel for research, spending months in different decades to document social changes. A musician who traveled to famous concerts, experiencing legendary performances firsthand. People from different times, all using the Chronos to navigate the years. I learned that some guests never left. They'd check into a year they preferred and just live there, abandoning their original timelines. The hotel allowed this. As long as they didn't create paradoxes, they could stay indefinitely. Margaret showed me the long-term resident wing, rooms occupied by people who'd been living in their preferred years for decades of hotel time. A woman who'd moved into room 1957 30 years ago and never left. A man living in room 2025 who'd checked in from 1990 and decided he preferred the future. These permanent residents had built lives in their chosen years. They had jobs in those timelines, relationships, full existences. The hotel somehow supported this, made it work, allowed them to be permanent anachronisms in whatever year they'd chosen. I was tempted to join them, to pick a year I loved and just stay. But I had a life in 2024, people who'd miss me, work I cared about. I couldn't just abandon all of that. After a month of hotel time, I decided to return home. I checked into room 2024 and experienced the disorienting shift back to my own present. The room was decorated in contemporary style. The TV showed current programming. The view outside matched the time I'd left. I asked Margaret how long I'd been gone in 2024 time. She checked her ledger and said no time at all. The hotel existed outside normal temporal flow. I could spend years exploring different decades and return to 2024 at the exact moment I'd left. This changed everything. I could use the hotel as a base for long-term historical documentation, spend years photographing different eras, building a comprehensive visual record of the 20th and 21st centuries, and return to my life with no time having passed. But Margaret warned me against this. She said spending too much time in years, other than your own, could loosen your connection to your original timeline. You'd start to feel unmoored, like you belonged everywhere and nowhere. Some guests had lost themselves this way, unable to remember which year they'd originally come from. I asked how to prevent that. She said to always return to your native year regularly. Sleep in that room. Ground yourself in your own time. Maintain your connection. The hotel was a tool for exploration, not for escape. I took her advice seriously. For the next 3 months, I developed a routine. I'd spend a few days in various past years, documenting and photographing. Then I'd return to room 2024 for a few days to process my experiences and maintain my connection to my present. The work I was doing was incredible. I was building a photographic archive of the 20th century that no historian could match. Genuine street photography from the 1920s, 30s, 40s, all the way to the present. Concert photography from legendary performances, documentation of daily life across decades. I started publishing some of this work. I'd claim I'd found old photo collections at estate sales, or that I was creating reconstructions based on historical research. Nobody questioned it. Why would they? Time travel through a hotel was too absurd to be the real explanation. But then something happened that complicated everything. In room 1975, I met someone. Her name was Diana, and she was a guest like me. She'd checked in from 2018, was exploring the 70s, and we connected immediately. She was an artist, loved the aesthetic of that decade, spent months painting and creating in that time frame. We started spending time together, exploring different years, sharing discoveries. She'd show me artistic movements as they emerged. I'd show her historical moments through my photographer's eye. We fell in love across decades, two time travelers finding each other in the spaces between. But we were from different years. She was anchored to 2018. I was anchored to 2024. We could meet in the neutral years we both visited, but we couldn't exist in each other's native times without creating paradoxes. Margaret explained the problem. If Diana came to 2024 with me, she'd meet her future self, or exist in a time she'd already lived through, creating a duplicate. If I went to 2018 with her, I'd be meeting my past self or existing before I should, creating temporal confusion. We could only be together in years that were neutral for both of us. We tried to make it work. We'd pick a year neither of us was from and spend time there together. 1987 became our favorite. We'd check into adjacent rooms, spend days exploring that year, pretending we were a normal couple in a normal time. But it wasn't sustainable. Diana wanted to return to 2018 eventually. She had a life there, family, commitments, and I needed to return to 2024 for the same reasons. Our relationship existed only in the borrowed years, the spaces in between our real lives. After 6 months of this, Diana made a decision. She was going to become a permanent resident. She'd check into room 1987 and stay there. Build a life in that year, abandon her 2018 existence, and live in our favorite shared time. She asked if I'd join her. We could both live in 1987, create a life together in that moment, never worry about paradoxes or temporal anchors again. It was tempting, incredibly tempting. I loved Diana, and the idea of a life with her in any year was appealing. But I couldn't do it. I wasn't ready to abandon 2024, to give up on my original timeline, and I worried that choosing 1987 would be choosing stagnation. We'd live in that single year forever, never moving forward, never growing beyond that moment. Diana understood. She said she'd wait. She'd check into room 1987, and if I ever changed my mind, she'd be there. The hotel existed outside time, so waiting didn't matter. Whether I joined her next week or in 20 years, it would be the same for her. I returned to 2024, alone. Checked out of the Kronos for the first time in months, got my car from the repair shop, drove back to my regular life. The whole experience felt like a dream. Had I really just spent months traveling through time? Had I really fallen in love with someone from 6 years in my past? I tried to settle back into normal life, worked on my photography projects, exhibited the historical work I'd created at the Kronos, told elaborate lies about how I'd obtained such authentic-looking images from decades past. But I couldn't stop thinking about Diana, about her living in 1987, waiting, about the life we could have there. I drove back to the Kronos 3 months later. The hotel was exactly as I remembered it. Margaret welcomed me back and asked if I wanted my usual room in 2024. I said no. I wanted room 1987. She smiled knowingly and handed me the key. I went up to the room, unlocked the door, stepped into 1987. Diana was there, in the adjacent room, exactly as she'd said she'd be. We fell into each other's arms, and I realized I'd made the right choice. That was 4 years ago, in hotel time. I've been living in room 1987 at the Kronos ever since. Diana and I built a life here. We have jobs in this year, friends, a routine. We've created art together, documented this moment in time from the inside, made this borrowed year our home. I still sometimes wonder about 2020, 24, about the life I left behind. But the hotel is patient. If I ever want to return, my room is available. Time hasn't moved in my original timeline. I can go back to 2024 at the exact moment I left, as if none of this ever happened. But I don't think I will. I've found something here that matters more than chronological living. A moment worth staying in. A person worth staying for. A year that feels more like home than any of the others. The Kronos Hotel still stands in that small town in upstate New York. If your car breaks down nearby, if you need a place to stay, you might find it. Margaret will ask what year you prefer, and you'll think she's asking about room decor. But pay attention to the key she gives you. Look at the year stamped on the tag, because you're not just checking into a room, you're checking into a moment in time. And once you experience that, once you understand what the Kronos offers, you might find it hard to leave. Some hotels offer you a bed and a bathroom. The Kronos offers you history, possibility, and choice. It offers you every year it has ever existed in, perfectly preserved, ready to be experienced. I'm writing this from room 1987. Diana is painting in the next room. The radio is playing songs I remember from childhood. Outside, the world is experiencing a year that ended decades ago, but still continues here, in this hotel, in this moment. And I'm happy. Impossibly, anachronistically happy. Living in a year I wasn't born into, with a person from a different timeline, in a hotel that shouldn't exist. But it does exist. The Kronos is real, and if you find it, if you check in, choose your year carefully, because you might decide to stay. Time is flexible here, and sometimes the best moment isn't the one you were born into. Sometimes it's the one you choose. Story 3. I've been working the graveyard shift at a 24-hour gas station for the past 9 months. And I need to tell someone about what's been happening because I'm seriously considering quitting, but I also feel like I can't leave without understanding what's going on. This is going to sound completely insane, and I'm prepared for people to think I'm making this up, or that I'm losing my mind. But I swear everything I'm about to tell you is exactly what I have experienced. The gas station is off a highway exit in rural Montana, one of those places that exists purely because truckers need somewhere to stop between major cities. During the day, it's busy enough. Truckers, travelers, locals getting gas and coffee. But from midnight to 6 in the morning, when I'm working, we might get 5 customers on a good night. Most nights, it's 2 or 3. Some nights, nobody at all. I took this job because it pays almost double what day shift makes, and I'm trying to save money for college. The isolation doesn't bother me. I'm naturally a night person anyway, and I actually enjoyed the peace and quiet at first. I'd stock shelves, clean, do inventory, listen to podcasts. The time went by pretty easily. My manager told me during training that graveyard shift was easy money. Just had to not be scared of being alone. He didn't mention anything else. The weird stuff started about 2 weeks into the job. It was a Tuesday night, around 2:30 in the morning. I was restocking the cooler when I heard the door chime, indicating someone had come in. I walked back to the counter, and there was a man standing there. He was probably in his 50s, wearing work clothes that looked like they were from the 80s. Coveralls, heavy boots, the kind of outfit you don't really see anymore. He didn't say anything, just stared at me. I did my customer service smile and asked if I could help him find anything. He walked to the coffee station, poured a cup, added cream and sugar, then walked to the counter and set down exact change. $2.37. I rang him up, gave him his receipt, and he left without saying a single word. The whole interaction felt off. but I couldn't put my finger on why. It wasn't until about an hour later that I realized what bothered me. When he left, I didn't hear the door chime. I heard his footsteps walking away, but the sensor that chimes when the door opens didn't make a sound. I checked it, and it was working fine. Tested it a dozen times. Every time the door opened, it chimed. But when that man left, nothing. I convinced myself I'd just missed it, that I'd been distracted or the timing was weird. But then he came back. Same night, around 4 a.m, same outfit, same routine. Coffee, cream and sugar, exact change, no words. And again, when he left, no door chime. This time I was paying attention specifically to listen for it. I watched him walk out the door and heard nothing. I checked the security footage the next day. The cameras covered the entire interior of the store and the parking lot. I found the timestamp for when I'd served him the first time. On the footage, I was standing at the counter, going through the motions of a transaction, taking money, giving a receipt. But there was no one else in the frame. I was conducting a transaction with an empty air. I watched it 5 times. Then I found the second transaction. Same thing. Me at the counter, clearly interacting with someone. But the camera showed I was completely alone. I checked the parking lot footage for both times. No cars pulled in. No one walked up. The lot was empty, except for my car. I didn't sleep well that day. I kept telling myself the cameras must be malfunctioning, that there was some technical explanation. But I knew what I'd experienced. I'd handed a receipt to someone. I'd watched them walk to the coffee station. I'd seen them leave. But the cameras said I'd been alone. The next night, I was nervous. I kept watching the door, waiting to see if he'd come back. He didn't. Instead, around 1 a.m, a woman came in. She was maybe 30 years old, wearing a waitress uniform from what looked like a 50s diner. Pink dress, white apron, the whole vintage look. She smiled at me and asked if we had any cigarettes. I told her what brands we had. She picked one. I rang her up, she paid in cash and left. I immediately checked the security footage. Same thing as before. On camera, I was alone, talking to myself, opening the cigarette cabinet for no one, putting money in the register that wasn't there. The parking lot cameras showed nothing. This is when I started keeping a notebook. I documented every customer I couldn't verify on camera. Over the next few weeks, I had 17 of them. They came at different times, bought different things, but they all had some things in common. They never spoke more than necessary. They always paid in exact change or cash. Their clothing always seemed outdated, and none of them appeared on camera. I started calling them the gone customers in my notebook. I'd write down what time they came in, what they bought, what they were wearing, any details I could remember. I was trying to find a pattern, some explanation that made sense. The gone customers weren't scary exactly. They didn't threaten me or act strange beyond the not appearing on camera thing. They were just people buying gas station items in the middle of the night. But knowing they weren't real, or weren't there in the way normal people are, there made every shift tense. I'd hear the door, and my heart would race, wondering if this customer would be real or gone. Then about 4 months into the job, something different happened. It was a Saturday night, around 3 a.m. A trucker came in, a regular named Dale, who stopped by once a week on his route. He was definitely real. I'd checked the cameras after his previous visits, and he showed up fine. He grabbed his usual coffee and snacks, came to the counter, and while I was ringing him up, the man in coveralls walked in. I froze. Dale was still standing at the counter, counting out money for his purchase. The coveralls man walked right past him to the coffee station. Dale didn't react at all, didn't move aside, didn't acknowledge him. It was like the coveralls man wasn't there at all. But I could see him clearly. I could hear his footsteps. I watched him pour his coffee. Dale finished paying and left. I heard the door chime for him. The coveralls man brought his coffee to the counter, set down his exact change, took his receipt, and left. No door chime. I checked the cameras later. Dale appeared normal on the footage, but there was no sign of the coveralls man. During the moments I was clearly interacting with both of them, the camera showed me finishing Dale's transaction, and then standing there motionless for about a minute before moving again. This confirmed something I'd suspected. The gone customers weren't visible to anyone but me. Other real customers couldn't see them, didn't interact with them, walked right through the spaces they occupied, which meant either I was hallucinating very specific, consistent hallucinations, or I was seeing something other people couldn't see. I tried to research the gas station's history. It's been here since 1987, built and run by the same family until a corporation bought it in 2019. I found some old newspaper articles about the area. The highway was built in the early 80s, and before that, this was just rural farmland. There was a small truck stop further down the road that closed when the highway changed routes. I couldn't find anything about deaths or accidents at the current gas station location, but then I found something interesting. In 1952, there was a diner at this exact location. It was a popular stop on the old highway route before the interstate system. The diner burned down in 1967, and 3 people died in the fire. 2 waitresses and a cook. After that, the location sat empty for years until the current gas station was built. The waitress uniform. That's what the woman who bought cigarettes had been wearing. A 50s diner waitress uniform. I looked up what truck stop workers wore in the 80s and found photos of coveralls exactly like what the coffee man wore. I started researching the old truck stop that had closed, found out it had been in operation from 1979 to 1985. I had a theory. The gone. Customers were people who had worked at or frequently visited businesses that had existed in this area over the decades. They were somehow still here, still going through their routines, still stopping for coffee or cigarettes or whatever they'd always stopped for. And for some reason, I could see them when other people couldn't. I decided to try to communicate with one of them. The next time the coveralls man came in, I was ready. He did his usual routine, poured his coffee, came to the counter. I rang him up, but before I handed him the receipt, I asked him his name. He looked at me, really looked at me, for the first time since I'd started seeing him. His expression changed from blank to surprised. He opened his mouth like he was going to speak, then shook his head and walked out. No door chime. But the next night, he came in again. This time, after I rang him up, he spoke. His voice sounded far away, like he was talking from another room. He said his name was Robert Finch, and he'd worked at the truck stop down the road for 6 years until it closed. He said he'd always stopped here for coffee on his route, every night at 2:30, and again at 4 in the morning. Even after the truck stop closed, even after he'd died in a car accident in 1989, he still made his stops. It was the routine he knew, the only thing that felt real anymore. I asked him if he knew he was dead. He said of course he knew. He'd known for 34 years, but he didn't know how to stop. He didn't know how to move on. He just kept driving his route, stopping for coffee, going through the motions of the life he used to have. He said there were others like him, people who'd spent so much of their lives on this stretch of highway that they couldn't leave it, even after death. He asked me why I could see him when others couldn't. I told him I had no idea. He said in all his years of making these stops, I was the first person who'd acknowledged him. The first person who'd looked directly at him and seen him. He didn't know why either, but he said it was nice to be seen, to exist for someone again, even briefly. Over the next few weeks, I talked to more of them. The waitress's name was Dorothy, and she'd worked at the diner for 15 years before dying in the fire. She still put on her uniform every night and made her rounds, even though the diner had been gone for over 50 years. She said she kept hoping that one day she'd finish her shift and be able to go home, but the shift never ended. There was a truck driver named Jim who'd had a heart attack at the pump in 1995. He still pulled in every Wednesday night to fill up his rig, even though he no longer had a truck. He paid for gas he never pumped for a vehicle that didn't exist. He told me he was trying to finish his route. If he could just complete the delivery, maybe he could rest. But he'd been trying for 28 years, and he was still at the gas station, still preparing for a journey he'd never complete. I met a teenager named Sarah who'd crashed her car just down the highway in 2003. She came in every Saturday night around midnight to buy energy drinks and snacks. She was always heading to a party that she never reached. She was the youngest of my gone customers, and the most aware of her situation. She knew she was dead, knew she was trapped, but she didn't know how to break the cycle. I started looking forward to talking to them. They were lonely, and so was I. We were all stuck in our own ways. Them in their endless routines, me in my graveyard shift existence. We understood each other. They told me about their lives, their regrets, the things they wished they'd done differently. I told them about my dreams for college, my plans for the future, my own fears and uncertainties. The gone customers became my friends. I know how that sounds. I was befriending ghosts at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. But they were good people who'd gotten stuck between one moment and the next, and talking to them made my shifts less lonely. I stopped being scared when I heard the door chime. I started hoping it would be one of them. About a month ago, something changed. A new gone customer came in, but he was different from the others. He was younger, maybe early 20s, wearing clothes from this decade. He looked confused, disoriented. He came to the counter and asked me where he was. I told him. He said he'd been driving to see his girlfriend, and then suddenly he was here. He didn't remember stopping, didn't remember pulling in. I checked the news the next day. There'd been an accident on the highway the night before. A 23-year-old man had lost control of his car and hit a barrier. He died instantly. The article included his photo. It was the confused young man from the gas station. I'd watched someone become a gone customer in real time. He died on the highway and immediately appeared at the gas station, trapped in the last routine action he'd been planning, stopping for gas or a break on his drive. I saw him several more times over the next week, each time a little less confused, but also a little more faded. He was settling into his routine, accepting his loop, becoming like the others. This is when I realized what the gas station was. It's a waypoint. A place where people who die with unfinished business on this stretch of highway get stuck. They're trying to complete their journeys, finish their shifts, make it to their destinations. But they never do. They just repeat the last normal thing they remember doing. Stopping for coffee, buying cigarettes, filling up gas, over and over forever. And somehow, I can see them. I don't know if it's something about me, specifically, or if it's something about working graveyard shift at this particular location. Maybe the veil between whatever exists and whatever comes after is thinner here at night. Maybe everyone who works this shift can see them, but nobody talks about it. I asked my manager once if anything strange had ever happened during graveyard shift. He got really uncomfortable and said if I was experiencing anything unusual, I should just ignore it and focus on my job. Then he changed the subject. I've been thinking about what Robert told me, that I'm the first person in 34 years who's acknowledged him. What happened to the other graveyard shift workers? Did they see the gone customers and ignore them like my manager suggested? Did they quit before they could understand what they were seeing? Or am I really the only one who can see them? Last week, Dorothy asked me something that's been haunting me. She asked if I thought talking to them was helping them or keeping them stuck. By acknowledging them, by seeing them, was I making it easier for them to remain in their loops? Was I preventing them from moving on? I didn't have an answer. I've been researching how to help spirits move on. Most of what I find is nonsense, but there are some consistent themes. Unfinished business, acceptance, permission to leave. Last night, I tried something. When Robert came in for his 2:30 coffee, I told him he didn't have to keep making his stops, that his shift was over, that it was okay to rest. He stared at me for a long moment. Then he smiled, the first real smile I'd seen from any of them. He said thank you, picked up his coffee, and walked out. I heard the door chime. I checked the cameras. For the first time, Robert Finch appeared on the security footage. For just a moment, he was there, solid and real and visible. Then he stepped out the door and faded into the night. He hasn't been back since. I've started doing this with the others, telling them their shifts are over, their routes are complete, they can stop now. Some of them disappear immediately. Others take a few more visits, like they're building up the courage to leave. Dorothy was the hardest. She'd been stuck for over 50 years, and the fear of letting go was overwhelming for her. But 3 nights ago, I told her the diner was closed, that she'd been the best waitress they'd ever had, and that she deserved to rest. She cried, thanked me, and walked out. I heard the door chime. She appeared on camera for just a moment. Then she was gone. I'm down to about 5 regular Gone customers now. The ones who aren't ready to leave yet, who need more time or more convincing or maybe just more conversation before they can accept that their journeys are over. I'll keep talking to them until they're ready. The young man who died last month, I'm working with him too. He's angry and scared and doesn't want to accept that he's dead, that he'll never make it to his girlfriend's house, that his life ended at 23 on a random stretch of highway. But I think he's starting to understand. Last night he asked me if I thought she missed him. I told him of course she did, but that she would want him to be at peace. He nodded and said he'd think about it. I don't know how long I'll keep working here. The money is still good, and I'm getting close to my savings goal for college. But more than that, I feel like I have a purpose now. I'm the person who can see them, who can talk to them, who can help them move on. How can I leave when there are still people stuck here who need someone to tell them it's okay to stop? My manager has noticed that I seem different lately. More focused, more serious. He asked if everything was okay. I told him everything was fine. I didn't mention that I've been running a spiritual way station for highway ghosts. I don't think that would go over well. Sometimes I wonder what will happen when I eventually do leave this job. Will someone else take over who can see them? Will the Gone customers just accumulate with no one to help them move on? Or will they fade away on their own eventually, with or without my help? There's a semi-regular customer, a living one, who comes in around 5 in the morning most days. His name is Marcus, and he's a trucker who's been running this route for 20 years. Last week, he mentioned that the gas station used to feel heavier at night, like the air was thicker. But lately, it feels lighter, clearer. He asked if we'd done some kind of renovation or changed the air system. I just smiled and said maybe we'd deep cleaned recently. He has no idea that what he's feeling is the absence of dozens of spirits who'd been trapped here, going through their endless routines. He doesn't know that the lightness he feels is because I've been helping them leave, one by one, telling them their shifts are over. I think about the Gone customers I've helped move on. Robert and Dorothy and Jim and all the others. I wonder where they are now. I hope they're at peace. I hope they found whatever comes after the endless loop. I hope they're finally home. Tonight, the waitress Sarah came in. She has been one of the most resistant to leaving. She's only been dead for 20 years, and she's not ready to give up on reaching that party, on seeing her friends, on living the life that was cut short. But tonight, she looked tired. She asked me if I really thought her friends would want her to keep trying to reach a party that happened 2 decades ago. I told her that her friends would want her to be happy, wherever that meant for her. She bought her usual energy drinks and snacks, paid in exact change. Then she stood at the door for a long moment. She turned back to me and asked if I thought dying was the end or just another beginning. I told her I didn't know, but I thought maybe it was whatever she needed it to be. She smiled and said maybe it was time to find out. She walked out, and I heard the door chime. She appeared on camera. Then she was gone. The gas station is getting emptier every night. Fewer gone customers, fewer loops, fewer spirits stuck between one moment and the next. Sometimes I stand behind the counter during the quiet hours, and I can feel the difference, the weight that's been lifted, the peace that's settling in. I've got about 2 more months until I have enough saved for college. 2 more months of graveyard shifts. I'm going to use that time to help whoever's left, to talk to them, to listen to their stories, to tell them it's okay to stop, to be the person who sees them and helps them find their way home. And after I leave, I hope this place stays light. I hope no more spirits get trapped here. I hope the waypoint closes, and this goes back to being just a normal gas station on a lonely stretch of highway. But if it doesn't, if more gone customers appear, I hope someone else who can see them takes the graveyard shift. I hope they talk to the spirits and help them move on. Because everyone deserves to complete their journey, even if the destination isn't what they expected. Everyone deserves to hear that their shift is over and they can finally rest. That's what I've learned working the graveyard shift at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. Death doesn't always mean the end of the routine. Sometimes people need permission to stop, and sometimes a minimum wage gas station employee working overnight is exactly the person who can give them that permission. I've got 6 more hours on my shift tonight. I'm hoping Sarah was the last one ready to move on this week, but if someone else comes in, I'll be here. I'll ring up their coffee or their cigarettes or their gas. I'll talk to them. I'll listen. And when they're ready, I'll tell them what they need to hear. Your route is complete. Your shift is over. You can go home now. The door chime just rang. Time to see who's here. Story 4. This is going to sound absolutely insane, and I'm still trying to process what happened. So bear with me. I'm a 26-year-old guy living in Seattle. For the past 7 years, I've had an online best friend named Riley. We met on a gaming forum when I was 19, and we clicked immediately. Similar sense of humor, same taste in games, both going through rough times in our lives. We talked every single day. Text messages, voice calls, gaming sessions that lasted until 3 a.m. Riley knew everything about me. My struggles with anxiety, my family issues, my failed relationships, my career problems. And I thought I knew everything about Riley too. Riley told me she was a 24-year-old woman living in Portland. She worked as a graphic designer, loved hiking, had 2 cats named Pixel and Vector. We'd talk about meeting up someday since we only lived a few hours apart. But something always came up. She was busy with work, or I was dealing with family stuff, or one of us didn't have the money to travel. It never seemed suspicious because life gets in the way sometimes. We had a genuine friendship that just happened to exist entirely online. Last week, my company sent me to Portland for a conference. I was thrilled because I'd finally get to meet Riley in person. I told her about the trip months ago, and we made plans to meet for coffee on Saturday afternoon. She seemed excited. We talked about how weird it would be to finally see each other face to face after all these years. I was nervous, but in a good way, like meeting up with an old friend you haven't seen since childhood, Saturday came, and I showed up at the coffee shop we'd agreed on. I got there 15 minutes early because I'm always anxious about being late. I ordered a coffee and sat at a table near the window so Riley could spot me easily. I'd sent her a photo of what I was wearing and everything. I waited. Our meeting time came and went. I texted her. No response. I called. Straight to voicemail. After an hour, I figured maybe she'd gotten cold feet. It's scary meeting internet friends in real life. Maybe she panicked and bailed. I was disappointed, but I understood. I sent her a message saying no pressure. We could try again another time, and I hoped she was okay. Then I went back to my hotel feeling a bit down, but not too worried. That night, I got a message from a number I didn't recognize. It said we needed to talk, and included an address for a different coffee shop across town. It said to come alone tomorrow at 10 a.m. My first thought was that Riley had changed her mind and wanted to meet after all, just at a different place. But something felt off about the mysterious message. Still, curiosity got the better of me. The next morning, I showed up at the address. It was a quiet little place in a residential neighborhood. I walked in and looked around. That's when I saw someone wave at me from a corner table. It was a guy, mid-30s, average height, glasses, wearing a hoodie and jeans. I walked over confused, thinking maybe he'd mistaken me for someone else. He looked at me and said my username from the gaming forum. Then he said it was nice to finally meet me in person. I just stared at him. He told me to sit down and that he had a lot to explain. His name was Derek, and Derek was Riley. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. This didn't make sense. I'd voice called with Riley hundreds of times. We'd video chatted, though come to think of it, her camera was always conveniently broken, or the connection was always bad. But I'd heard her voice. She was definitely a woman. Derek explained that everything was a lie. The voice I'd been hearing? His girlfriend at the time, who he'd convinced to help him catfish people online. They'd broken up 3 years ago, but by then he'd gotten good enough at voice modulation software to keep up the ruse on his own. The photos Riley sent me over the years? Stock photos and pictures he'd found on random social media accounts of women who looked similar enough to create a consistent identity. He created Riley 7 years ago because he was lonely and found it easier to make friends online as a woman. He said men were more open and friendly to women, more willing to have deep conversations and form emotional connections. As Riley, he'd made dozens of friends over the years. I was just one of many people he'd been lying to. I asked him why. Why keep this going for 7 years? Why not just be himself? He got defensive and said I wouldn't have been his friend if I'd known the truth. He said our friendship was real even if Riley wasn't. He claimed the only thing that was fake was the identity, but the person I'd been talking to all these years was really him. I felt sick. All those late night conversations where Riley supported me through breakups and depression. All the times I'd confided in her about my struggles with dating and relationships. The time I cried to her about my dad's death and she stayed on the call with me for 6 hours just listening. That was Derek. The stranger sitting across from me. This person who'd been manipulating me for 7 years. I asked about the other stuff. Her job, her life in Portland, her cats. More lies. He worked in IT, lived alone, didn't have cats. The hiking stories were real, though. He actually did enjoy hiking. Like that mattered. I asked why he was telling me now. Why not just stand me up and keep the lie going? He said he felt guilty. He said he knew it was wrong but didn't know how to stop once it had gone on for so long. He said he actually cared about me and our friendship, and he couldn't keep lying knowing I was right there in the same city trying to meet someone who didn't exist. He thought if he told me the truth, maybe we could be real friends now. I left. I didn't yell or make a scene. I just stood up and walked out. I blocked every account Riley ever used to contact me. I blocked Derek's number. I went back to my hotel and just lay in bed staring at the ceiling trying to understand how I'd been so stupid. 7 years. 7 years of friendship with someone who never existed. The worst part is, I'm questioning everything now. Every online friendship I have, every person I've met through gaming or forums. How do I know any of them are real? How do I trust anyone ever again? I feel like such an idiot. My friends back home keep asking what's wrong, because I've been acting weird since I got back from Portland. But how do I even explain this? That my best friend was a catfish? That I spent 7 years pouring my heart out to a guy pretending to be a woman? I keep thinking about all the personal things I told Riley. About my insecurities, my fears, my romantic interests. Derek knew everything. He knew about every woman I dated, every rejection I faced, every vulnerable moment I had. And he used that information to pretend to be my supportive best friend, while the whole thing was just some sick social experiment for him. What kills me is that the friendship felt real. The conversations felt genuine. The support felt meaningful. But it was all built on a foundation of lies. Does it matter that the emotional connection was real if the person wasn't? Can you grieve a relationship with someone who never existed? I don't know. I've been crying on and off for days, and I feel pathetic about it, because Riley wasn't even real. I tried to go back through our chat history to look for red flags I missed, but there were so many over 7 years that it was overwhelming. I noticed things now that seemed obvious in hindsight. The way Riley always avoided certain topics or gave vague answers about her life. The way she never wanted to video chat properly. The way meeting in person kept getting postponed. But at the time, none of it seemed suspicious because I trusted her completely. Some people might say, I should have known better. Should have been more careful about online friendships. Should have verified her identity somehow. And maybe they're right. But the thing is, I didn't want to be that person who doesn't trust anyone. I wanted to believe that genuine friendships could form online without all the suspicion and verification. I wanted to believe Riley was my friend, because that friendship made my life better. Now, I don't know what to believe. I'm angry at Derek for lying to me. I'm angry at myself for being gullible. I'm sad about losing what I thought was my best friendship. I'm confused about whether any of it was real. And I'm terrified that this is going to mess me up for all future relationships, both online and in real life. I haven't told anyone the full story yet. My roommate knows something happened in Portland, but I told him it was just a work thing. My other friends have noticed I've been withdrawn, but I can't bring myself to explain. How do you tell people that your best friend of 7 years was catfishing you the entire time? They'll either pity me or think I'm an idiot. Maybe both. The thing that bothers me most is that Derek seemed to think we could just transition to a real friendship now that the truth was out. Like the 7 years of lies didn't matter, as long as the emotional connection was genuine. But how can I trust anything he says? How do I know the person sitting across from me in that coffee shop was the real Derek and not just another persona? For all I know, Derek isn't even his real name. I've been doing a lot of research on catfishing since this happened. Apparently, it's way more common than I thought. There are entire communities of people who create fake online identities for various reasons. Some do it for romance scams, some for attention, some because they're insecure about their real identity. Derek claims he did it because he was lonely and found it easier to connect with people as a woman. I don't know if I believe that, or if there's something darker going on. Part of me wants to warn the other people Riley was friends with. Derek admitted there were others, people who think they have this close friendship with a woman named Riley who doesn't exist. But I don't even know who they are, or how to contact them. And maybe they wouldn't believe me anyway. I probably wouldn't have believed it if someone had told me before I met Derek. Keep replaying conversations in my head, trying to figure out what was real and what was manipulation. Did Derek actually care about me? Or was I just entertainment for him? When Riley stayed on the phone with me for 6 hours after my dad died, was that genuine compassion? Or just Derek playing a role? Does it even matter if I can't tell the difference? The betrayal feels so deep because it wasn't just about being lied to. It's about having someone know your deepest secrets and vulnerabilities and using that knowledge to maintain a fake persona. It's about realizing that someone you trusted completely and was comfortable lying to you every single day for 7 years. It's about understanding that your reality wasn't actually real. I've been trying to move on, but everything reminds me of Riley. My gaming setup, because we used to play together constantly. My phone, because we texted hundreds of times a day. Even my apartment, because Riley helped me decide where to live when I moved last year. Except it wasn't Riley, it was Derek. And all that help and advice came from someone who was lying about their entire identity. I'm writing this partly because I need to process what happened, and partly because I want to warn other people. If you have online friends you've never met in person, be careful. I'm not saying everyone is catfishing you, but maybe don't put all your trust in someone until you've verified they are who they claim to be. Don't make my mistake of being so trusting that you ignore obvious red flags for years. At the same time, I hate that this experience is making me paranoid and suspicious. I don't want to become someone who can't trust anyone or form genuine connections because I'm always worried about being lied to. But I also don't want to be naive enough to let this happen again. I'm trying to find a balance, but I don't know where it is. My therapist says I need to grieve the loss of the friendship and acknowledge that my feelings were real, even if Riley wasn't. She says it's okay to be angry and sad and confused. She says trust is something I can rebuild over time. But right now, I don't feel like I'll ever trust anyone the same way again. Derek didn't just betray my trust. He shattered my entire understanding of online relationships and friendships. I keep wondering if there were moments where Derek almost told me the truth. Were there times he felt guilty and wanted to come clean, but chickened out? Or was he perfectly comfortable lying to me every day for 7 years? I'll never know because I can't trust anything he says now. Even if he told me the truth about something, how would I verify it? The person I knew as Riley was entirely fabricated. The person claiming to be Derek could be too. The practical side of me knows I need to move on. I need to delete the chat history, remove the photos, stop thinking about all the memories that are now tainted by the truth. But the emotional side of me keeps wanting to reach out to Riley one more time, even though I know she's not real. 7 years of daily communication doesn't just disappear overnight. My brain keeps expecting messages that will never come. I'm also dealing with embarrassment. How do I explain to people why I'm suddenly withdrawn and sad? If I tell them the truth, they'll know I was catfished for 7 years, and they'll think I'm gullible or stupid. If I don't tell them, they'll keep asking what's wrong, and I'll have to keep lying, which feels ironic given what just happened. I'm trapped between truth and lies, just like Derek trapped me. Some nights I lie awake wondering how many other people in my life might not be who they claim to be. It's a paranoid thought, but I can't help it. If Derek could fool me so completely for so long, what else am I missing? Who else is lying to me? The rational part of my brain knows this is unhealthy thinking, but the traumatized part doesn't care about rationality anymore. I guess I'm sharing this as a cautionary tale, and also looking for advice on how to move forward. Has anyone else been through something like this? How did you learn to trust again? How did you stop questioning every relationship in your life? How did you deal with the anger and betrayal and embarrassment? Right now, I feel broken in a way I didn't know was possible. A friendship I thought was one of the best things in my life turned out to be completely fake, and I don't know how to recover from that. I don't know how to be the person I was before Portland, when I still believed Riley was real and our friendship mattered. That version of me is gone, and I don't know who I'm supposed to be now. Update. It's been 3 weeks since I found out the truth. Things have gotten both better and worse. Better because the initial shock has worn off and I can function somewhat normally again. Worse because I keep discovering new layers to the deception that make me feel even more stupid. I couldn't help myself. I did some digging into Derek's online presence, found his real social media accounts, his LinkedIn, his actual life. Turns out he wasn't lying about working in IT. He has a normal job at a tech company, a normal apartment, a normal life. What's not normal is that he's apparently been running multiple catfish accounts for years. Riley wasn't his only fake identity. I found references to other personas he'd created, different names, different backstories, different groups of friends who had no idea they were all talking to the same person. It's like he was living dozens of lives simultaneously, maintaining elaborate fictions with different people. How does someone even have the time and energy for that? I can barely manage my one actual life. The more I learned, the more disturbing it became. This wasn't just loneliness or social awkwardness. This was pathological. Derek had constructed an entire multiverse of fake identities and relationships. He was like a puppeteer controlling dozens of characters in different plays, and I was just one of many audience members who thought the performance was real. I also found out he'd been posting about his catfishing experiences on some obscure forums. Not using his real name, obviously, but the details matched up too perfectly. He was bragging about how long he'd maintained certain relationships without being caught. He was sharing tips with other catfishers on how to make personas more believable, how to handle video calls, how to create convincing backstories. It was like reading a manual for professional lying. In one post, he specifically mentioned a friend who'd recently lost his father and how satisfying it was to provide emotional support during such a vulnerable time. That was me. He was talking about me. He took one of the worst moments of my life and turned it into content for his catfishing community. I've never felt so violated. I confronted him via email, told him I knew about the other personas, the forums, everything. He didn't even deny it. He said I was overreacting, that what he did wasn't hurting anyone. He claimed he provided genuine emotional support and companionship to lonely people. So what did it matter if the identity was fake? He actually seemed to believe he was doing people a favor. His response made me realize something important. Derek isn't sorry. He's not ashamed. He doesn't think he did anything wrong. In his mind, he's some kind of benevolent catfisher who improves people's lives by giving them fake friends to talk to. The confession in Portland wasn't about guilt or conscience. It was about logistics. He was wrapping up the Riley persona because it was becoming too complicated to maintain, not because he felt bad about lying to me. I started reaching out to some of the other people I could identify from his posts. Most didn't believe me at first. They defended Riley, or whatever name their version of Derek was using. They said I was jealous or crazy, or trying to ruin their friendship. I get it. I would have reacted the same way 3 weeks ago, but I sent them proof. Screenshots, timeline comparisons, evidence that multiple personas had similar writing patterns and unavailability during the same time periods. Some people thanked me for telling them. Others blocked me and probably think I'm some psycho stalker. One person, a woman named Jessica, who'd been friends with a Derek persona named Marcus for 4 years, broke down and called me crying. She'd been in love with Marcus. She'd turned down real-life relationships because she was emotionally invested in this online connection. Derek had been stringing her along for years, with promises of meeting up someday. Talking to Jessica made me realize my situation wasn't even the worst of it. At least Riley was supposed to be just a friend. Derek was running romantic catfishes too, playing with people's hearts and emotions for his own entertainment, or validation, or whatever sick satisfaction he got from it. Jessica is, now in therapy, dealing with the betrayal. She's questioning her judgment, her worth, everything about herself. And Derek is just out there living his life, like none of it matters. I reported him to the platforms where he was running his fake accounts. Most of them got taken down, though I'm sure he just created new ones. I don't know what else to do. There's no law against catfishing, unless money or explicit content is involved, and Derek was smart enough to avoid both. He's just a guy who likes lying to people and manipulating their emotions, and apparently that's perfectly legal. My real-life friends have been supportive now that I've finally told them what happened. They're angry on my behalf, which helps. They've been trying to get me back into social activities, introducing me to new people, helping me rebuild trust. It's slow going. I still find myself questioning whether new acquaintances are being genuine, or if they're hiding something. My therapist says this is normal trauma response, and it will fade with time. But right now, it feels permanent. The gaming community where I met Riley has been split on the issue. Some people are sympathetic and outraged about Derek's behavior. Others think I'm making a big deal out of nothing. That online friendships aren't real, anyway. So who cares if someone lies about their identity? That attitude bothers me almost as much as Derek's actions. Online relationships are real. The emotions are real. The time and energy invested are real. Just because it happens through a screen doesn't make the betrayal any less painful. I've been thinking a lot about identity and authenticity. In some ways, we're all curating versions of ourselves online. We choose what to share, how to present ourselves, which parts of our lives to highlight or hide. But there's a difference between curating and completely fabricating. Derek didn't just put his best foot forward or hide his flaws. He created entirely fictional people with fictional lives and used them to manipulate real people's emotions. What really bothers me is that I'll never know which parts of our conversations were genuine. Did Derek actually understand my struggles with anxiety because he dealt with similar issues? Or was he just good at researching symptoms and saying the right things? When Riley laughed at my jokes, was that Derek genuinely finding me funny? Or was he just playing a character who would laugh? Every memory is now contaminated with doubt. I've deleted most of the chat history now. Keeping it was just making me obsess over finding clues I missed, but I saved a few conversations, the ones from really significant moments in my life. Part of me wants to remember that those emotional connections felt real, even if they weren't. Part of me thinks I should delete everything and pretend those 7 years never happened. I haven't decided which approach is healthier. The financial aspect is also weird. I spent money on things because of Riley, bought games we could play together, upgraded my gaming setup so we could voice chat better, spent money on digital gifts for her birthday. It's not a huge amount, maybe a few $100s over 7 years, but it's the principle. I was investing in a friendship that was completely one-sided, because only one of us was actually who we claimed to be. I've also been thinking about all the real friendships I might have missed out on, because I was so invested in my friendship with Riley. All the times I turned down social invitations, because I had plans to game with Riley. All the energy I put into supporting her, through her fake problems, instead of building deeper connections with people in my actual life. Derek didn't just steal 7 years of my friendship. He stole opportunities I'll never get back. The worst nights are when I remember specific conversations and realize how manipulated I was. Like the time Riley encouraged me to break up with my girlfriend because she seemed controlling. Was that genuine concern for my well-being? Or was Derek just wanting to keep me emotionally available for his catfish persona? Or the time Riley talked me out of moving across the country for a job opportunity because she'd missed talking to me. Did Derek actually care? Or was he just trying to maintain his power over me? I'll never know the answers to these questions, and that's what haunts me. The uncertainty is worse than if Derek had just been an obvious scammer or had clearly malicious intent. Instead, he was sophisticated enough to create real emotional connections while lying about everything else, and I can't untangle what was genuine from what was calculated manipulation. Looking back now, I can see that Riley always made our friendship about my problems, my life, my struggles. She rarely shared deep details about her own life, and when she did, they were vague enough that Derek didn't have to maintain complicated lies. She was the perfect supportive friend, who was always available to listen, but never needed much in return. It seemed generous at the time. Now I see it was just easier to maintain the fiction that way. I'm still processing all of this and trying to move forward. Some days are better than others, but I'm working on rebuilding my ability to trust. If anyone has advice, or has been through something similar, I'd appreciate hearing about it. Story 5. I'm posting this from a library computer in a different state, because I don't trust my home internet anymore. 3 months ago, I bought a storage unit at auction for $300, thinking I'd find some furniture to resell. Instead, I found boxes of documents, photographs, and evidence proving that my hometown of Riverside, Connecticut covered up a major incident in 1952 and has been actively maintaining that cover-up for over 70 years. And when I started asking questions, I discovered that people in town are still protecting whatever happened, including members of my own family. I'm a 33-year-old guy who flips items for a living. I go to estate sales, auctions, storage unit sales, and buy stuff cheap to resell online. It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills. I live in Riverside, a small, wealthy suburb of about 8,000 people. Very quiet, very respectable. Nothing exciting ever happens here. Storage unit auctions are hit or miss. Most units are junk. Occasionally you find something valuable. I bid on a unit that had been abandoned for non-payment. The auction company showed us the contents from the doorway. Boxes, old furniture, filing cabinets. Looked promising. I won the unit for $300. I rented a truck and started loading everything out. Most of it was exactly what it looked like. Old furniture from the 60s and 70s, boxes of clothes, typical storage unit stuff. But there were 4 filing cabinets that were locked. Heavy, old metal cabinets from the 50s based on the style. I got them home and spent an evening picking the locks. I was hoping for valuable documents, or maybe old comic books. What I found was way stranger. The cabinets were full of files labeled with dates from 1952, newspaper clippings, photographs, handwritten notes, official-looking documents, all related to something that happened in Riverside in October 1952. I started reading through everything, trying to understand what I was looking at. The story that emerged was bizarre and disturbing. According to the documents, something happened at Riverside's old factory on October 23, 1952. The factory manufactured electronics components and employed about 200 people. The documents referenced an incident at the factory that resulted in multiple casualties and containment procedures. There were photographs of the factory with military vehicles outside, photos of men in what looked like hazmat suits, photos of the factory being demolished, all dated October and November 1952. There were newspaper clippings, but they were strange. Articles about the factory closing due to economic factors. Articles about workers being relocated to other facilities. Nothing about an incident or casualties. But there were also handwritten notes that contradicted the official newspaper articles. Notes describing people getting sick. Notes about deaths. Notes about government involvement and instructions to maintain silence. One document was a list of names. 47 names with dates next to them. All the dates were in October 1952. At the bottom it said, "Memorial. Do not publish." I started researching the factory. There had been an electronics factory in Riverside that closed in 1952. The building was demolished, and the site became a park. I'd walked through that park hundreds of times. Never knew it used to be a factory. I searched for information about why it closed. Every source said economic reasons. The company relocated operations. Workers were offered jobs elsewhere, or retirement packages, orderly shut down. Nothing unusual. But the documents in my storage unit told a different story. They suggested something catastrophic happened. People died, and it was covered up with government involvement. I looked up some of the names on the memorial list. These were real people who'd lived in Riverside. I found obituaries for several of them. All died in October or November 1952. All listed causes of death like heart attack or accident. Nothing connecting them. 47 people from the same small town, dying within weeks of each other, should have been notable. But there was no record of anyone remarking on this pattern. I found more documents in the filing cabinets. Letters between town officials and federal government representatives. Discussions of contamination protocols and information management. Instructions about what could and couldn't be publicly acknowledged. There was a memo dated November 1952, addressed to all participants, thanking them for their cooperation during the crisis and reminding them of their confidentiality agreements. It said the situation had been handled appropriately and the town could return to normal. The memo was signed by the mayor at the time and someone from the Department of Defense. I sat in my garage with boxes of evidence of what looked like a major cover-up and tried to figure out what to do. This was over 70 years ago. Everyone directly involved was probably dead, but it seemed important. 47 people died, and it was covered up. Their families deserved to know. I decided to start asking questions carefully. I went to the Town Historical Society and asked about the old factory. The volunteer, an elderly woman named Margaret, said it had been a successful business that closed for economic reasons in the 50s. Very unfortunate for the workers, but that's how industry goes sometimes. I asked if she'd ever heard about an incident at the factory. Anything unusual happening before it closed. She looked at me strangely and said no, nothing like that. Just a normal business closure. I showed her one of the photographs I'd found. Military vehicles outside the factory. She studied it for a long moment, then handed it back. She said she'd never seen that photo and didn't know anything about military involvement. She suggested maybe it was from a different factory in a different town, but I could see she recognized it. Something changed in her expression when she saw the photo. She knew something, but wasn't saying. I went to the town library and asked to see historical records from 1952. Newspaper archives, town meeting minutes, anything from that period. The librarian helped me access the microfilm of the local newspaper from that year. I scrolled through October 1952. There were articles about the factory closure starting in late October, all very matter-of-fact. Economic challenges, company restructuring, workers being taken care of. Nothing about an incident. But here's what was weird. There were gaps. Certain dates where it looked like pages had been removed from the archive. The microfilm would skip from October 22nd to October 26th, missing the exact days when the incident allegedly happened. I asked the librarian about the missing dates. She checked her records and said those issues of the newspaper must have been damaged or lost before being microfilmed. It happens sometimes with old papers. Too convenient. The specific dates of the incident were missing from the archive. I started talking to older residents who might remember 1952. Most were kids then, but might have heard family stories. I'd approach them casually and ask about the old factory. Most people said the same thing. Factory closed for economic reasons. Nothing unusual. But a few people reacted strangely to my questions. They'd get quiet or change the subject quickly. One older man told me very directly that I should stop asking about the factory. Nothing good would come from digging up old history. That made me more curious. I started researching the 47 names on the memorial list more carefully. I found living relatives for some of them, grandchildren and great-grandchildren still living in the area. I contacted a woman whose grandfather was on the list. I said I was doing historical research about the factory and asked if she knew anything about her grandfather's death in 1952. She said he'd died of a heart attack. She was told he'd had health problems. I gently pressed. Had she ever heard anything about problems at the factory before it closed? She got quiet. Then she said her family didn't talk about that time. It was painful and private. She asked me to respect their privacy and not contact her again. The same pattern repeated with other families. Polite deflection or direct requests to stop asking. Nobody would talk about 1952. I found one person willing to share information. An old man named Robert whose father had worked at the factory but survived. Robert was 6 years old in 1952 and remembered his father coming home sick, remembered his mother crying, remembered men in suits coming to their house and talking to his parents. His father had been sworn to secrecy, never talked about what happened at the factory. But Robert remembered overhearing conversations, something about a chemical leak or radiation exposure, workers getting sick, government involvement. His father lived, but dozens of others died. Robert's father had received payments from the government for years, compensation for his illness and his silence. Robert has said his father always felt guilty for taking the money and staying quiet while the victims' families were told lies. This was the first direct confirmation that something really had happened. I asked Robert if he'd go on record or talk to journalists. He refused. He said his father's settlement agreement included provisions that extended to family members. Breaking confidentiality could result in legal action, even 70 years later. He told me to drop this investigation. Whatever happened was handled by people with much more power than me. They covered it up for decades. They wouldn't hesitate to make problems for someone asking questions now. I probably should have listened. Instead, I got more determined. 47 people died, and their families deserved truth. I started compiling all my evidence, organizing the documents, creating a timeline, preparing to go public with this. That's when things got scary. My house was broken into. Nothing valuable was taken, but my office was thoroughly searched. Papers disturbed. Computer moved. Someone had been through my files. The storage unit where I kept overflow inventory was also broken into. Again, nothing obviously stolen, but clearly searched. I filed police reports. The police said it was probably random burglaries, but I knew better. Someone was looking for the documents I'd found. I'd been smart enough to keep the original documents in a safe deposit box at a bank in another town. I only kept copies at home. Whoever searched my house didn't find the originals. I got a call from an unknown number. A man's voice told me that I had documents that didn't belong to me. They were stolen property from a storage unit that had been improperly auctioned. I needed to return them to their rightful owners. I said I'd bought the storage unit legally at auction. Everything in it was mine. The voice said that was a misunderstanding that needed to be corrected. I should return the documents and forget I'd ever seen them. Otherwise, there could be complications. I hung up. My hands were shaking. This was not a random burglary. Someone knew I had the documents and wanted them back. I started staying at friends' houses instead of my own. I varied my routine. I was genuinely scared, but also more convinced that this was important. Why threaten me over 70-year-old documents, unless there was still something to hide? I reached out to an investigative journalist at a state newspaper. I explained I had evidence of a major cover-up in 1952 and government involvement in suppressing information about deaths. She was interested, but cautious. She wanted to see the documents before committing to a story. I arranged to meet her in a public place and brought copies of key documents. She reviewed them and agreed they were compelling but needed corroboration. She said she'd look into it, but warned that stories about historical cover-ups rarely go anywhere. Too hard to prove. No accountability after so much time. Limited public interest. But she'd make some calls and see what she could find. 2 days later, she called me back. She said she'd contacted some sources about the 1952 Riverside incident. Within hours, she'd been contacted by someone from a government agency she wouldn't name. They strongly discouraged her from pursuing the story, said it involved classified national security matters that were still protected. She was backing out. She didn't want trouble with federal agencies. She suggested I drop it too. National security. 70 years later, they were still claiming national security to keep this secret. I posted about it on some internet forums dedicated to conspiracy theories and historical cover-ups. I shared some of the less sensitive documents. I asked if anyone had information about industrial accidents being covered up in the early 50s. My post got some attention. A few people shared similar stories from other towns. Several people warned me to be careful dealing with government cover-ups. One person, claiming to be a retired federal employee, sent me a cryptic message saying Cold War. Nuclear research involved a lot of unethical experiments, and I should understand what I was getting into. Nuclear research. That hadn't been explicit in the documents, but it made sense. The timing fit. Early 50s was height of Cold War, nuclear development. The factory allegedly made electronics components. Maybe they were working on nuclear weapons components. If there'd been a radiation leak or nuclear accident, that would explain the government involvement, the secrecy, the cover-up. Radiation casualties in the early 50s would have been highly classified, but I still didn't have proof. Just documents that could be dismissed as hoaxes and circumstantial evidence. I decided to try one more approach. I went to my grandmother who'd lived in Riverside her whole life. She was 90 years old and had been in her 20s in 1952. I asked her if she remembered the factory closing. She said yes. It had been sad for the workers. I asked if she remembered anything unusual happening before it closed. She looked at me carefully and asked why I was asking. I said I'd heard rumors about an accident. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said some things were better left in the past. Some secrets were kept for good reasons. I should let it go. I pressed gently. I said families deserve to know the truth about how their relatives died. She got tears in her eyes and said the families knew. They'd been taken care of. They'd made choices about what was best for everyone. She'd been part of it. My own grandmother had been part of the cover-up. She'd known people died and had kept quiet for 70 years. I asked her if she could tell me what really happened. She said no. She'd made promises. Even now, even with almost everyone gone, she wouldn't break those promises. She asked me to stop investigating. She said I didn't understand what I was dealing with. The people who managed this weren't gone. The government doesn't forget. I could hurt myself and hurt the town. I left her house shaken. My grandmother had been involved in covering up dozens of deaths. Everyone in town had participated. An entire community had agreed to bury the truth. I spent weeks debating what to do. I had evidence but no smoking gun. I had threats, but nothing I could prove. I had a story, but no way to safely tell it. I decided to create a dead man's switch. I compiled all the documents and evidence into a file. I gave copies to 3 different people with instructions to release them publicly if anything happened to me. I uploaded encrypted copies to cloud storage with keys held by those same people. Then I created this post. I'm not naming the specific town, even though I said Riverside, Connecticut. That's not the real location. But the story is true. I'm sharing this because the truth matters. 47 people died in an industrial accident related to nuclear weapons research in 1952. The federal government covered it up, An entire town participated in the cover-up. Families were paid for silence. Records were destroyed. Truth was buried. And 70 years later, that cover-up is still being actively maintained. People are still protecting the secret, still threatening anyone who asks questions. I don't know what to do with this information. I can't prove enough to interest major journalists. I can't force accountability for something that happened 70 years ago. I can't even get my own family to acknowledge the truth, but I can share the story. I can let people know that this happened, that cover-ups like this were real, and in some cases are still being protected. If something happens to me, my Dead Man's Switch will release everything. The documents, the names, the evidence. It'll all go public. For now, I'm laying low. I've stopped actively investigating. I'm not asking questions in town anymore. I'm trying to appear like I've dropped it. But I haven't dropped it. I'm just waiting for the right moment, or the right platform, or the right person to help me bring this into the light. 47 people died. Their families were lied to. An entire community participated in covering up the truth. The government used classification and secrecy to avoid accountability. This happened. It's still being hidden. And I'm one of the few people who knows the full story. I bought a storage unit for $300 and found evidence of a massive cover-up that's been maintained for over 70 years. Now I'm living with the weight of that knowledge and the danger of possessing evidence that powerful people want to keep buried. I don't know how this ends, but I know the truth matters. Even when it's dangerous. Even when it's buried. Even when everyone wants it to stay hidden. The truth matters. And someday, somehow, these 47 people will get the acknowledgement they deserve. Even if it takes another 70 years. Even if I never see it happen. The truth is out there now. In this post. In my Dead Man's Switch. In the copies held by people I trust. It can't be completely buried anymore. That's something, at least. That's all I can do for now. Tell the story. Preserve the evidence. Wait. And hope that someday, justice catches up to history. Tori 6. I'm a 30-year-old teacher living paycheck to paycheck in Philadelphia. 3 months ago, I received a letter from a law firm in Switzerland informing me that I was the sole heir to an estate worth approximately $8.7 million. My first thought was obvious scam. I get those emails all the time. Nigerian prince needs help. Distant relative left fortune. Just send your bank details. I almost threw the letter away, but something made me look closer. The letterhead seemed legitimate. The law firm was real when I Googled it. There was a direct phone number, not a sketchy email. Against my better judgment, I called. It wasn't a scam. I really did inherit millions. From my grandmother's sister, who I never knew existed. That's when my nightmare began. Because the money came with conditions, secrets, and a family I never knew I had who want me dead. The lawyer who answered was professional and spoke perfect English. His name was Klaus Berger, and he'd been handling the estate of Margaret Fisher, my great-aunt, who died 6 months ago at 94. He explained that Margaret had no children, and her only living relative was me, her great-niece. She'd left specific instructions that I was to inherit everything. But first, I needed to come to Switzerland to establish identity and sign documents. They'd pay for travel and accommodation. I'd need to stay for at least a week while paperwork processed. It sounded elaborate for a scam, but I was still skeptical. I did more research. Margaret Fisher was real. I found her obituary. Born in 1929 in Austria, moved to Switzerland in 1951. Never married, no children, successful businesswoman. The article mentioned she'd made her fortune in pharmaceuticals and real estate. It also mentioned surviving relatives but didn't name anyone. I asked my mom about her. My mom went pale. She said Margaret was her mother's sister, but they'd been estranged since before my mom was born. She didn't know Margaret had died. She didn't know why they'd been estranged. My grandmother refused to talk about it before she died. It was a family secret that died with her. The fact that my mom confirmed Margaret existed made this feel real. I told my principal I needed a week off for family emergency. I flew to Zurich on the law firm's dime, first class. Klaus met me at the airport. Distinguished older gentleman, very Swiss, very formal. We went directly to his office where he showed me documents, birth certificates, family trees, photos of Margaret as a young woman who looked strikingly like my grandmother, DNA tests to confirm relation. Everything was meticulously organized. This was real. I was inheriting $8.7 million from a woman I'd never met. But there were conditions. Marguerite's will had unusual clauses. First, I had to live in Switzerland for at least 3 months to claim the inheritance. Something about residency requirements and tax laws. Second, I had to take possession of her house and personal effects before receiving any money. Third, I couldn't sell the house for 5 years. And fourth, I had to meet with her financial advisor, who would explain the family business that I was now part of. These conditions were weird, but for $8.7 million, I'd comply. I called my principal and quit my job. I was moving to Switzerland. The house was in a small village outside Lucerne. Beautiful area, mountains and lakes, very picturesque. The house itself was a large chalet-style building, probably built in the 1960s, well-maintained, fully furnished. Klaus handed me the keys and gave me a week to settle in before the meeting with the financial advisor. He seemed nervous about something, but wouldn't say what. I moved into the house alone, surrounded by a dead woman's belongings, in a country where I didn't speak the language, waiting to become a millionaire. It felt surreal. The first few days were fine. I explored the house, went through Margaret's things, tried to understand who she'd been. She had photos going back decades. Family photos from the 1940s and 50s, showing her with my grandmother as children. They looked close. What happened to estrange them for 70 years? The house had 6 bedrooms, all empty except Margaret's. She'd lived alone in this huge house. There was a library full of books in German and English, a music room with a grand piano, an office with filing cabinets I wasn't supposed to open yet. The basement was locked and I didn't have a key. It was like a museum of one woman's solitary life. Day 4, I started finding things that bothered me. Photos of Margarete with various people over the years. Political figures, business leaders, people I vaguely recognized from history books but couldn't place. Documents in German that I translated using apps. References to investments in companies that seemed questionable. Pharmaceutical research that was later banned. Real estate deals in countries with corrupt governments. The more I looked, the more uncomfortable I became. Where exactly had this money come from? The meeting with the financial advisor was scheduled for day 7. His name was Ernst Weber. He arrived at the house. Another older Swiss gentleman, very serious. He sat me down and explained the family business. I wish I had never heard it. Margaret's fortune came from what he euphemistically called controversial investments. During World War II, her family had connections to the Nazi regime. After the war, they'd helped smuggle Nazi assets out of Germany into Switzerland. Gold, art, money stolen from victims of the Holocaust. They'd laundered it through Swiss banks and built a fortune. Margaret inherited this money and expanded it through equally questionable means. I felt sick. This wasn't legitimate wealth. This was blood money stolen from murdered people. I said I didn't want it. Ernst said it wasn't that simple. By accepting the inheritance, by moving to Switzerland, I'd already triggered certain legal processes. The money would be mine, whether I wanted it or not. And there were other complications. Margaret had enemies. People who'd been trying to track her assets for decades. Now that she was dead and I was the heir, those people would come after me. I needed protection that the money would provide. If I rejected the inheritance, I'd be vulnerable and broke. If I accepted it, I'd be complicit but protected. I told him this was insane. I was a third-grade teacher from Philadelphia. I didn't know anything about Nazi gold or Swiss banking or any of this. He said Margarete had chosen me specifically because I was an outsider. She'd watched my life from a distance, knew I was struggling financially, knew I was alone with no close family. I was perfect for this. I asked what happened if I just left. Flew home. Forgot about all of this. He said the assets would go to the Swiss government, and I'd likely be investigated for attempting to defraud the estate. Also, people who wanted those assets wouldn't stop looking for them. They'd find me eventually. I was trapped. The next weeks were a nightmare. I tried to leave Switzerland. My passport was flagged. Some legal hold related to the inheritance proceedings. I couldn't leave the country until everything was finalized. I was stuck in this house with blood money I didn't want, and no way home. Ernst visited regularly, walking me through the assets. Bank accounts in 6 countries. Real estate holdings. Investment portfolios. Offshore companies. It was overwhelming and disturbing. Every asset had a dark history. Every dollar was connected to something terrible. Then the threats started. Letters delivered to the house. Photos of me taken without my knowledge. Phone calls with heavy breathing. Someone broke into the house and went through my things while I was out. Nothing taken but a message left. "This isn't yours." I called Klaus. He arranged security. 2 guards stationed at the house 24/7. He said this was expected. Various groups wanted access to Margaret's assets. Holocaust survivor organizations, Nazi hunters, criminal syndicates, national governments. I was at the center of competing interests, and I had no idea how to navigate it. I met with Klaus privately and begged for a way out. He said there was one option. I could donate the entire inheritance to Holocaust memorial organizations and walk away with nothing. It would take months to process, but I'd be free. I said yes, immediately. He said I should think about it carefully. This was generational wealth. I could live in luxury forever. Use the money for good even if its origins were evil. I said I didn't care. I couldn't live with blood money. He said he'd start the paperwork but warned it wouldn't be simple. Too many parties had interest in these assets. They wouldn't let me give them away without a fight. What if the donation paperwork process could say this? I learned more about Margaret. I found her journals. She'd been haunted by the source of her wealth, and she'd tried to atone by living modestly and donating to charities anonymously. But she could never fully escape what her family had done. She'd been alone because anyone who knew her history rejected her. She'd chosen me as heir, hoping I'd be strong enough to deal with it properly. She wanted someone outside the family's dark past to make things right. She'd put impossible burden on me, thinking I could redeem her legacy. I resented her for it. The family I didn't know I had started appearing. Distant cousins, second cousins, people with claims to Margaret's estate. They'd been disinherited or cut out for various reasons. They wanted what they saw as their rightful share. Some were aggressive. Others tried to befriend me. All of them made me uncomfortable. Klaus said they had no legal claim, but that wouldn't stop them from making my life difficult. The family was sprawling and dysfunctional, and I wanted nothing to do with them. One cousin named Stefan was particularly persistent. He showed up at the house despite security. He said the family deserved the money more than I did, that I was an outsider who'd stolen their inheritance. He threatened legal action, threatened physical action. Klaus got a restraining order, but Stefan didn't care. He'd appear in the village, watching me, following me, making sure I knew he was there. Security said he wasn't dangerous, but I didn't feel safe. The worst discovery came when I finally got into the locked basement. I'd asked Klaus for the key repeatedly. He'd been reluctant, but finally gave it to me. I went down there and found a gallery. The walls were covered in paintings. Beautiful paintings. Masters from the 19th and 20th centuries. I recognized styles, if not specific works. I researched them. Every single painting was listed as missing or stolen during World War II. Margareta had a basement full of Nazi-looted art. This was what everyone was really after. The art was worth more than the money. Tens of millions easily. I called Klaus immediately. I said this needed to go back to the families it was stolen from or to museums. He said it wasn't that simple. Provenance was unclear. Multiple people claimed ownership. Returning it would take years and open me to legal liability. The art was technically mine now. I could donate it, but that was complicated. Everything was complicated. I started to understand why Margareta had lived alone in this house for decades. The weight of this history was crushing. She'd been imprisoned by wealth she couldn't escape. I made a decision. I contacted every Holocaust organization I could find. I brought in art historians, authentication experts, provenance researchers. I opened everything to them. I said, take it all. The art, the money, everything. Just let me go home. They were thrilled but cautious. This was unprecedented. An heir voluntarily giving up Nazi-looted assets. They wanted to help, but it needed to be done properly. Legal frameworks, documentation, agreements with multiple governments. It would take time. I said I'd wait however long it took. The backlash was immediate. The greedy relatives were furious. They sued to block the donations, claimed I was mentally incompetent, claimed undue influence, filed injunctions and motions in multiple countries. Klaus said their cases had no merit, but they'd delay everything for years potentially. I might be stuck in Switzerland for a long time. My life in Philadelphia was gone. My apartment was given to someone else. My few belongings were in storage. I'd quit my job. I had no life to go back to, even if I could leave. Stefan escalated. He broke into the house and confronted me directly. Said I was destroying the family legacy. That Margarete would be ashamed. He grabbed me, tried to intimidate me. Security intervened and he was arrested. But the incident left me shaken. I wasn't safe, even with guards. These people were desperate and dangerous. Klaus arranged for me to move to a secure apartment in Zurich, while the house was secured better. I was living and hiding from family I never wanted. The media found out. Stories about the Nazi gold heiress giving away millions. I became a minor sensation. Journalists wanted interviews. I declined all of them, but the attention made everything worse. More people came forward claiming connections to the looted assets. More lawsuits, more complications. Every asset had a dozen competing claims. Untangling it all was a nightmare. The organizations trying to help were overwhelmed. This was bigger than anyone expected. Months passed. I was still in Switzerland, still trapped in legal limbo. The donations were progressing, but slowly. Some assets had been transferred successfully. Others were tied up in court battles. I had spent my entire inheritance on legal fees at this point. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was broke again, but now in a foreign country with no job and no way home. Klaus said some of the charitable organizations would reimburse my expenses once things settled, but that could be years away. I was living on their charity in the meantime. I started working with the Holocaust memorial groups directly, helping them research the stolen assets, putting my teaching skills to use educating people about what happened. It gave me purpose beyond just giving away money. I was actively participating in justice and remembrance. It helped somewhat, made the nightmare feel meaningful, but I was still trapped, still dealing with threats and lawsuits, still unable to return to the life I'd had. My mental health deteriorated, depression and anxiety from the sustained stress. I started therapy with a counselor who specialized in trauma. She said I was experiencing a form of inherited trauma. carrying the weight of crimes I didn't commit, dealing with consequences of choices made before I was born. It was unfair, but real. Processing it would take time. More time. Everything took time. I felt like my life was on hold indefinitely. The most disturbing realization was that Margaret had known this would happen. She'd known giving me this inheritance would destroy my life. But she'd done it anyway, because she needed someone to face what she couldn't. She'd been too cowardly to deal with the history properly. So she'd passed it to me, an innocent stranger, and left me to clean up her family's evil. I hated her for it, but I also pitied her. She'd been trapped too, just longer. Her whole life spent in a gilded prison of blood money. 9 months into this nightmare, significant progress was finally made. Most of the art was returned to families or museums. Most of the money was donated to memorial organizations and education programs. The lawsuits from relatives were dismissed. Stefan was in jail for assault. The Swiss government cleared the legal holds. I was free to leave. I'd successfully given away $8.7 million in Nazi-looted wealth. I was broke, traumatized, but no longer complicit. I could finally go home. Except, I didn't have a home to go back to. Philadelphia felt distant and foreign now. I'd been gone almost a year. I had no job, no apartment, no life waiting for me. The organizations I'd worked with offered me a position. Education coordinator for a Holocaust Memorial Foundation. Real job. Real salary. Based in Berlin. I'd be doing meaningful work related to everything I'd been through. It felt right somehow. Like turning the nightmare into something purposeful. I accepted. So now, I'm in Berlin. Working for a foundation. Living modestly on a real salary I earn. The inheritance is gone. The house in Switzerland was sold and proceeds went to charity. The relatives have mostly given up harassing me, though Stefan still sends threatening letters from prison occasionally. Klaus visits sometimes. He says he's proud of what I did. That Margaret would be too. I don't care what Margaret would think. She destroyed my life to salve her conscience, but maybe some good came from the destruction. Maybe that's enough. I tell my story to students and donors, about inheriting Nazi gold, about choosing to give it all away, about the cost of doing the right thing. People are inspired. They call me brave and principled. I don't feel brave. I feel like someone who stumbled into a nightmare and barely survived. The money is gone, but the trauma remains. I still get anxious about threats. Still have nightmares about being trapped in that house. Still process anger at Margarete and the family I never asked for. So that's my story. I inherited millions and wish I hadn't. The money came with blood and guilt and danger. I gave it all away and lost everything in the process. But I'm building a new life from the ruins, working for something meaningful, trying to turn inherited evil into present good. It's not the life I planned, but it's the life I have now. Some inheritances are curses. Some families are poison. Sometimes the right choice destroys you, but you make it anyway, because living with the alternative would be worse. I made my choice. I'm living with it. That's all anyone can do. The psychological weight of handling Nazi-looted assets was something I never anticipated. Every piece of art I helped return had a story. Families murdered, lives destroyed, cultural heritage stolen. I wasn't just dealing with abstract assets. I was touching history's darkest chapters. The art historians would explain the provenance. This painting was taken from a Jewish family's home in Vienna in 1938. That sculpture was looted from a museum in Poland. every item was a crime scene. I'd lie awake thinking about the people who originally owned these things, where they died, how they died, their descendants who would never get justice. One painting particularly haunted me, a small watercolor landscape by a minor Austrian artist, beautiful and delicate. It had belonged to a family named Rosenthal. The entire family was killed at Auschwitz. No survivors. No one to return the painting to. It went to a museum with an exhibit about the family. I attended the opening. There were photos of the Rosenthals. Parents, 3 children, grandparents. All murdered. The painting hung above their photos. I stood there crying in front of strangers. This was what Margaret had lived with. This knowledge, this guilt. No wonder she'd been alone. The families I met during the restitution process were grateful, but also angry. Grateful to get their heritage back. Angry it took so long. Angry at Margaret and her family. Sometimes angry at me, even though I was giving everything away. I represented the people who'd stolen from them. I looked like the enemy, even while trying to make things right. One woman, granddaughter of art collectors, told me no amount of returned art would bring her family back. She was right. I couldn't undo the past. I could only try to correct the present. The relatives who wanted the money never understood. They saw valuable assets being given away and thought I was insane. Stefan's mother contacted me from Austria. She pleaded with me to reconsider. Said the family needed this money. That we could split it. That some good could come from keeping even part of it. I told her there was no amount of good that could justify keeping stolen wealth. She called me self-righteous and hung up. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was being righteous, but I couldn't see another path forward that I could live with. The Swiss banking system's complicity in Nazi asset laundering was an education I never wanted. I learned about numbered accounts and anonymity, and how easily stolen wealth was hidden. I learned about bank officials who asked no questions and accepted any deposits. I learned about the decades of denial and the current efforts at transparency. Switzerland has tried to address its wartime role, but the legacy persists. My inheritance was part of that legacy. By being public about donating it, I became part of the conversation about Swiss accountability. That wasn't my goal, but it happened anyway. Klaus eventually told me why he'd seemed nervous when we first met. He'd known what the inheritance really was. He'd hoped I'd just take the money and disappear, make his job easier. Instead, I'd insisted on digging into the history and facing it head-on. He said most heirs would have taken the money. That I was unusual. I asked if he thought I was stupid for giving it away. He said no. He said I was possibly the first ethical person in Margaret's family line in a century. That meant something even if it cost me everything. The education work I do now feels like penance I didn't earn, but I'm paying anyway. I give presentations to schools about the Holocaust and stolen assets and restitution. Students ask hard questions. Why did people steal from the dying? How did they live with themselves? What happened to all the money? I try to answer honestly. Some people convinced themselves it wasn't stealing because the victims were going to die anyway. Some people compartmentalized and didn't think about it. The money often stayed hidden for generations, or was laundered into legitimate businesses. Evil can become normalized. That's the scariest lesson. I've connected with other people who've faced similar situations. Not many, but a few. People who inherited wealth from questionable sources. Some kept it. Some gave it away. We have a small online support group. We understand what it's like to carry this burden. The guilt by association. The pressure from family. The moral weight of decisions that affect your entire life. One person inherited money from a grandfather who'd profited from apartheid South Africa. Another from a parent who'd embezzled from charities. The specifics differ, but the core dilemma is the same. What do you do with blood money? My relationship with my mother has become strained. She's angry I gave away what she sees as family money. Even though she'd been estranged from Margaret, she feels entitled to some benefit from the inheritance. She says I could have taken enough to secure my future and donated the rest. She's probably right, but I couldn't see a clean line to draw. Any money I kept would have been tainted. The all-or-nothing approach felt necessary, even if it wasn't rational. We don't talk much anymore. The inheritance drove a wedge between us. I'm not sure it can be fixed. The job in Berlin pays enough to live modestly, but I'll never have the financial security I briefly glimpsed. I rent a small apartment. I take public transportation. I budget carefully. It's similar to my Philadelphia teaching life, but in a foreign country with a different language. I'm learning German slowly, making friends gradually, building a life that's completely separate from the inheritance nightmare. Sometimes I wonder what I'd be doing if I'd never gotten that letter. Probably still teaching third grade in Philadelphia, still struggling financially, but also still innocent of all this darkness. The foundation where I work is doing important work. We've recovered and returned millions in looted assets over the years. My contribution, Margarete's assets, was significant but not unique. Many families are facing these questions now. World War II generation is dying. Their children are inheriting and discovering uncomfortable truths. Some choose to investigate and make restitution. Others choose to keep quiet and keep the money. I chose investigation. I don't regret that choice, but I understand why others choose differently. Ignorance is easier. Truth is expensive. I've become semi-public about my story. I use a pseudonym for safety, but I speak at conferences and events. People want to hear about the personal side of restitution, the emotional cost, the family conflicts, the moral reasoning. I try to be honest. It destroyed my life in many ways, but it also gave me purpose I didn't have before. Teaching third grade was fine, but this work feels significant, like I'm part of fixing historical wrongs, even in small ways. That meaning helps offset the loss. The threats have mostly stopped, though I still get occasional hate mail. Some from Nazi sympathizers who think I betrayed my heritage. Some from people who think I didn't go far enough. You can't please everyone when you're dealing with historical trauma. I accept that I'll be criticized from multiple sides. The Foundation provides security protocols. I vary my routines. I'm careful about my privacy. I've learned to live with low-level paranoia. It's better than it was, but it's still there. Stefan was eventually released from prison after serving 6 months. He violated his restraining order immediately and was arrested again. He's clearly obsessed with the inheritance he thinks was stolen from him. The courts have been harsh with him now. He's facing years in prison for repeated violations and assault charges. His mother blames me, says I drove her son crazy. Maybe there's truth to that. The money did drive people crazy, including me in different ways. Stefan's obsession is pathological, but I understand the root. He feels entitled to wealth that he saw as his birthright. That entitlement turned toxic. I think about Margaret constantly, trying to understand her choices. She lived for decades with this burden. Why didn't she donate it herself? Why wait until death and pass it to me? I found letters she'd written but never sent explaining her reasoning. She was a coward. She admitted that. She couldn't face the judgment and loss that would come with giving away her wealth while alive. She'd rather live comfortably with guilt than poorly with principle. So she engineered this elaborate scheme to make someone else do what she couldn't. It was selfish and cruel. I'm still angry at her for it, but I've also found some compassion for her. She was born into this. Her family's choices preceded her. She benefited from evil but didn't commit it directly. That's not an excuse, but it's context. She tried to atone within her limitations. She donated anonymously to Holocaust causes. She lived modestly despite her wealth. She eventually chose an heir who might do better. It wasn't enough, but it was something. Maybe that's all anyone in her position could manage. I hope I'd be braver, but I don't know that I would be. The villages in Switzerland where Margaret lived knew who she was. They'd known for decades about the family history, but it was an open secret nobody discussed. Swiss discretion. They took her money for charity events. They were polite, but they never fully accepted her. When I visited after she died, trying to understand her life, people were willing to talk finally. They said she was always alone, kept to herself, seemed sad. They pitied her, but also judged her. She was wealthy and unhappy. That made them uncomfortable. They preferred to ignore her. I understand that now. I'm wealthy in experience and poor in everything else. People don't know how to relate to my story. It's too big, too complicated, too morally fraught. So they smile politely and change the subject. I'm odd and uncomfortable. The person who gave away millions. The person who carries historical guilt. The person who made everything harder for herself by insisting on doing right instead of doing easy. I get it. I make people uncomfortable. Margaret must have felt this constantly, the isolation of being different in ways that matter. My new coworkers in Berlin are mostly good people. Some are Holocaust survivors' descendants. Some are academics. Some are just people who care about justice. They understand the work's importance, but they also keep professional distance. I think they don't know what to make of me, the American teacher who inherited Nazi gold and gave it away. I'm a curiosity, a case study, a story they'll tell at dinner parties. I'm okay with that. I'm used to being a story now. That's what happens when your life becomes public. You stop being a person and become a narrative. Dating has been impossible. How do you explain this to potential partners? On the third date, I gave away millions in blood money, and now I work for a Holocaust foundation. It's too heavy, too complicated. So, I don't date. I focus on work, on building this new life. Maybe eventually I'll be ready to let someone in. But not yet. The wound is too fresh. The story too unresolved. I need to become boring before I can be intimate with someone. Right now, I'm all story, and no substance. The question I get asked most is whether I regret it. Would I make the same choice again? Honestly, I don't know. The principled answer is yes, absolutely. I'd give it away again. The honest answer is maybe I would have kept enough to secure my future first, donated 95%, and kept enough for retirement. Would that have been so wrong? I wrestle with this constantly, the line between principle and practicality, between guilt and self-interest. I chose principle. But principle doesn't pay rent or secure old age. I chose to be poor and right instead of wealthy and complicit. Most days I think that was correct. Some days, I'm not sure. The legacy of this experience will follow me forever. When people Google my name, they find the stories about the Nazi gold inheritance. That's my identity now. The woman who gave it away. Not the teacher I was. Not the person I'm trying to become. Just the inheritance story. That's flattening and frustrating. But it's reality. I'm defined by this choice. For better or worse. That's the price of going public with something this big. You lose control of your narrative. You become what the story makes you. So 2 years later, I'm still processing everything. Still working through trauma. Still building a life from ruins. Still trying to understand what happened and why. Still carrying weight I didn't ask for, but can't put down. I inherited millions I wish I hadn't. I gave them away and lost everything. I'd like to say it was worth it, but that's too simple. It was necessary. It was right. But it cost me more than I expected. Justice is expensive, principle is painful. Sometimes doing right destroys you. I'm living proof. The woman who inherited Nazi gold and gave it all back. That's my story. That's my burden. That's my life now. I'm learning to carry it. Story 7. I need to tell this story because my life has spiraled so far out of control that I honestly don't know how I got here or how to fix it. 18 months ago, I was a normal 28-year-old woman working as a high school English teacher with a quiet, predictable life. Today, I'm living in a rental house with 47 dogs. I'm $30,000 in debt, and animal control has me on a watch list. This is how it happened. It started when my friend Sarah, who volunteers at an animal rescue, posted on Facebook that they desperately needed someone to foster a dog for one weekend. The dog was named Biscuit, a senior beagle who needed a quiet place to stay while his foster home dealt with a family emergency. Sarah said it would be super easy. Just feed him twice a day and let him sleep on the couch. I'd never had a dog before. I'd always wanted one, but my apartment didn't allow pets. But I just moved into a rental house that did allow one dog. I figured one weekend of fostering would be a nice trial run to see if I was ready for dog ownership. I picked up Biscuit on Friday afternoon. He was the sweetest old man dog I'd ever met. Gray muzzle, tired eyes, absolutely zero energy. He immediately claimed my couch and fell asleep. Sarah was right. This was easy. Biscuit and I spent a lovely weekend together. He'd sleep most of the day, wake up for food and short walks, then sleep more. I got to experience having a dog without any of the hard parts. By Sunday night, I was completely in love with him. Sarah came to pick him up Monday morning. I asked if there was any chance Biscuit needed a permanent home. She said unfortunately, no. He already had a family lined up to adopt him once his medical treatment was complete. But if I was interested in fostering more dogs, the rescue always needed help. I signed up to be a foster. I figured I'd take one dog at a time, help them find homes, feel good about contributing. Sarah said that was great, and she'd be in touch. 2 days later, she called. They had an emergency. A hoarding situation had been discovered, and animal control had seized 17 dogs. The rescue was taking 12 of them, but their foster network was completely full. Could I possibly take 2 dogs just for a few days until they found more foster homes? I said yes. I had a house with a yard. 2 dogs wouldn't be that much harder than one. They dropped off Luna and Rocky, both medium-sized mixed breeds, who were scared and filthy. I spent my evening bathing them and setting up sleeping areas. Luna and Rocky were not like Biscuit. They were anxious and reactive. They barked at everything. They weren't house-trained. Rocky chewed through 2 pairs of shoes in the first night. I was overwhelmed, but I'd committed for a few days. A few days turned into a week. Then 2 weeks. The rescue couldn't find foster homes. Everyone was full because of the hoarding case. Sarah kept apologizing and promising it would just be a little longer. Meanwhile, Luna and Rocky were slowly settling in. They were still a handful, but they were getting better. I started to get attached. I thought maybe I'd adopt both of them instead of waiting for other homes to open up. Then Sarah called with another emergency. 3 more dogs from a different hoarding case. Could I take them temporarily? I said I already had 2 dogs and was at my limit. She said these dogs would be euthanized if they didn't find somewhere to go by end of day. I couldn't let dogs die. I said yes to 3 more. Suddenly, I had 5 dogs in my house. My quiet teacher life was chaos. I'd wake up at 5 a.m. to feed and walk everyone before school. I'd rush home at lunch to let them out. I'd spend evenings cleaning up accidents and breaking up squabbles. My house smelled like dog despite constant cleaning. My furniture was destroyed. My yard was a mud pit from all the digging. But the dogs were alive and safe, so I kept going. The rescue promised they'd move the 3 new dogs within a week. That was a lie. A month passed, then 2. I now had 5 permanent dogs, and no plan. I should have said no to the next call. I really should have. But Sarah called crying. A puppy mill had been raided. They had 40 puppies and not enough space. Could I take just 2 puppies for a few weeks? Puppies seemed easier than adult dogs. I said yes. They brought me Peanut and Butter, 8-week-old pit bull mixed puppies who were adorable and absolutely feral. Puppies are not easier than adult dogs. Puppies are exponentially harder. They peed constantly. They chewed everything. They cried all night. They needed training and socialization, and constant supervision. I was getting 4 hours of sleep a night. My house was a disaster. I was spending hundreds of dollars a week on food and supplies. My teaching was suffering because I was exhausted all the time, but the puppies were so cute, and everyone who visited fell in love with them. I started posting about the foster dogs on social media. People loved following along with puppy updates. The attention gave me an idea. If I could build a following, maybe I could crowdfund some of the expenses. I started a GoFundMe, explaining I was fostering rescue dogs and needed help with costs. I expected maybe a few $100s. The GoFundMe went viral locally. People loved the puppy content. I raised $3,000 in a week. Suddenly I could afford proper supplies, vet care, everything the dogs needed. The rescue noticed my success with fundraising. They asked if I'd be willing to foster more dogs, since I clearly had community support. I should have said no. Instead, I said, "How many?" They brought 6 more adult dogs from another hoarding case. I now had 13 dogs. 13. In my 3-bedroom rental house. I converted the entire house into dog space. My bedroom was the only human area. Every other room was set up for dogs. Crates, beds, feeding stations, play areas. It was a full-time operation. I started documenting everything on TikTok and Instagram. Morning feeding routines, training sessions, playtime, adoption updates. My accounts grew to 50,000 followers. People were invested in the dog's stories. The social media success brought more donations. I was getting $5,000 to $7,000 a month from people who wanted to support the rescue work. It was enough to cover expenses, and then some. That's when things got complicated. The rescue organization asked if I'd be willing to take on even more dogs, since I had the space and funding. They'd been turning away dogs because of lack of foster capacity. I could save lives by expanding. I said I was already at capacity with 13 dogs. They said, what if they helped me get a bigger property? They knew someone renting a house with land that would be perfect for a foster operation. I should have recognized this as a bad idea, but I was deep in savior complex mode. More space meant more dogs saved. I agreed. I moved into a 5-bedroom house on 2 acres. The rent was twice what I'd been paying, but donations were covering it. I immediately took in 15 more dogs, 28 dogs total. I hired 2 part-time helpers to assist with care. I was spending 60 hours a week managing dogs. I took a leave of absence from teaching to focus on fostering full-time. My life was completely consumed by dogs. Morning started at 4:30 a.m., with feeding and medications. Then yard time and exercise. Then cleaning. Then training sessions. Then more feeding. Then evening care. Then collapse exhausted around 9 p.m. I had no social life. I hadn't been on a date in months. My friends stopped inviting me places because I always said no. My family was concerned, but I insisted I was fine. The social media grew to 200,000 followers. I was making decent money from ads and sponsorships on top of donations. It was actually profitable. I was running a functional dog rescue operation from my rental house, but I wasn't licensed. I didn't have proper permits. I was operating in a legal gray area. The rescue organization I'd originally volunteered with had stopped being involved. They'd basically handed me their overflow dogs and walked away. I was on my own running an unlicensed animal sanctuary. Animal control showed up after neighbors complained about noise and smell. I had 28 dogs on a property zoned for residential use, with a limit of 4 pets. I was violating multiple ordinances. The officer was sympathetic but firm. I had 30 days to reduce to 4 dogs, or get proper licensing as a kennel or sanctuary. Kennel licensing required commercial zoning, and I was in a residential area. I'd have to move, or shut down. I panicked. I couldn't adopt out 24 dogs in 30 days. I couldn't afford to move to commercial property. I was trapped. I made a desperate post on social media explaining the situation. The response was overwhelming. People offered to foster, to adopt, to donate toward moving costs. Within a week, I had homes lined up for 15 dogs, but I couldn't let them all go. I'd grown attached. These weren't just foster dogs anymore. They were my dogs. I'd been caring for some of them for over a year. I kept 13 dogs and adopted them out 15. That still left me over the legal limit, but I thought I could fly under the radar. I couldn't. Animal control came back. I had 10 days to reduce to 4 dogs, or face fines, and potential seizure of all animals. My lawyer said I had no legal standing. I was in violation of zoning laws. I either needed to comply or move to a properly zoned property. I found a property zoned for agricultural use that allowed kennels. 5 acres, old farmhouse, way outside town. The rent was astronomical, but I could technically afford it with the social media income. I moved with my 13 remaining dogs. I also ended up taking in more dogs because the rescue kept calling with emergencies. I was back up to 19 dogs within a month of moving. The agricultural property required a business license and kennel permit. I had to register as an official animal rescue operation. I had to meet inspection standards for animal care facilities. I had to get liability insurance. The licensing process cost $10,000. I had to build proper kennel structures, install commercial-grade fencing, set up quarantine areas, create detailed care protocols. I was now running a legitimate licensed animal sanctuary, which sounds official and responsible, but really I was just a former English teacher who'd said yes to fostering 1 dog 18 months ago, and now had legal responsibility for 19 dogs. The social media audience loved the new farm property. I created content about building the sanctuary, introducing dogs to the acreage, upgrading facilities. My following grew to 500,000. With the larger audience came more income, but also more pressure. People expected constant updates, perfect care, transparent financials. I had trolls criticizing every decision. I had scammers trying to get money claiming to be me. I hired a social media manager to help with content, and a bookkeeper to manage finances. I had staff now. I had overhead. I had quarterly inspection reports to file. I'd accidentally created a whole business around something that started as volunteering for 1 weekend. My teaching career was over. I'd used all my leave and eventually had to resign. I couldn't commit to a school schedule when I had 19 dogs, needing round-the-clock care. My retirement plan was gone. My health insurance was gone. I was self-employed running a dog sanctuary funded by social media donations and hoping it stayed sustainable. My family thought I'd lost my mind. My mom asked when I was going to get a real job again. My dad offered to help me get out of this situation if I wanted. My sister said I'd become obsessed and needed to step back. But I couldn't step back. The dogs depended on me. The followers expected content. The licensing required ongoing compliance. I was locked in. Then the veterinary costs hit. One dog needed emergency surgery, $5,000. Another dog had chronic health issues requiring monthly treatments, $300 ongoing. Dental work, vaccinations, preventative care for 19 dogs added up to thousands per month. I was spending $15,000 a month on dog care alone, plus $10,000 on rent and utilities, plus staff wages, plus licensing fees. My income from social media was averaging $20,000 a month. I was barely breaking even, and one emergency would sink me. I started having panic attacks about money. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. doing calculations. What if my social media got suspended? What if donations dried up? What if one of the dogs had a major medical emergency? I went into debt. Credit cards, personal loans, anything to keep operating. I was $30,000 in debt, trying to keep the sanctuary running. My accountant said I needed to either fundraise significantly more or downsize the operation. I couldn't sustain current costs with current income. I tried aggressive fundraising, monthly donor programs, merchandise sales, virtual adoption packages. It helped, but not enough. The breaking point came when Animal Control, the seal, did a surprise inspection and found I was over my licensed capacity. My permit allowed 20 dogs, maximum. I had 23 because I'd taken in 4 more emergency cases. I got fined and put on probationary status. One more violation, and they'd shut me down entirely. I had to make hard decisions. I started actively adopting out dogs instead of holding on to them. I implemented strict intake criteria. I said no to new dogs unless I had actual space. Over 6 months, I got down to 15 dogs, all in good health, all with permanent sanctuary status because they were unadoptable due to age or behavior issues. 15 was manageable. Expensive, but manageable. I could provide excellent care without constantly being in crisis mode. I'm still running the sanctuary now. 15 dogs, licensed and legal, barely profitable but stable. My social media is still active, but I've set better boundaries. I don't post every day. I don't respond to every message. I protect my mental health. I've learned a lot about boundaries, about saying no, about the difference between helping and enabling my own burnout. I still think about how this started. One weekend fostering one old beagle. If someone had told me it would lead to running a licensed animal sanctuary with 47 dogs at peak and $30,000 in debt, I'd have never picked up Biscuit that Friday. But I don't regret it. The dogs I've helped, the lives I've saved, the community I've built, it all means something. I just wish I'd been smarter about it. Set limits earlier. Understood the scope of what I was taking on. Protected myself better. Now, I'm 30 years old, single, living on a farm with 15 rescue dogs, running a nonprofit sanctuary, and trying to rebuild my life around this new reality. It's not the life I planned. I was supposed to be a teacher, get married, maybe have kids, live a normal suburban life. Instead, I'm the dog sanctuary lady who appears on local news occasionally and has a mid-tier viral social media following. My dating profile says I have 15 dogs, I live on a farm, and I'm $30,000 in debt. Still interested? Surprisingly, a few people have been. I'm seeing someone now who thinks the whole thing is admirably crazy. He helps out at the sanctuary on weekends, and we joke that our dates involve scooping poop and administering medications. It's not romantic, but it's real. I'm making peace with how my life turned out. I helped a lot of dogs. I built something meaningful. I burned out hard and learned tough lessons, but I survived. These days I have strict rules. No more than 15 dogs. No taking in dogs without full funding secured. No working more than 50 hours per week. No sacrificing my own well-being for the mission. The sanctuary is stable. The dogs are happy. I'm managing. And I'll never foster just one dog for one weekend, ever again. That's how it starts. That's always how it starts. Story 8. I need to get this off my chest because I'm living the most absurd lie of my life, and I can't tell anyone the truth without facing a lawsuit that would financially ruin me. 2 years ago, I applied to a reality cooking competition show as a complete joke. I'm not a chef. I can barely cook. I applied drunk after watching the show with friends and making fun of how pretentious the contestants were. Somehow I got cast. Somehow I won. And now I'm trapped in a 3-year contract pretending to be a professional chef while having absolutely no idea what I'm doing. Let me start from the beginning. I'm a 31-year-old woman who works in insurance claims processing. I live in Chicago. My cooking skills max out at making decent scrambled eggs and not burning frozen pizza. I eat takeout probably 5 nights a week. My kitchen is barely used except for storing Amazon boxes. I like watching cooking shows because they're relaxing background noise. My friends and I had a tradition of getting together Sunday nights to watch MasterChef America and drink wine. We'd make snarky comments about the contestants, critique their dishes, pretend we knew what we were talking about. One episode featured this super pretentious guy who kept talking about how cooking was his life's passion, and he'd been training since childhood. My friend Jake said anyone could go on these shows and bullshit their way through with confident food talk. I said that was ridiculous. They must actually vet people's skills. We got into a tipsy debate about whether the show was actually testing cooking ability or just casting interesting personalities. Jake bet me $100 I couldn't even get cast. He said my complete lack of cooking knowledge would be obvious in the application. Challenge accepted. I was 4 glasses of wine deep and feeling bold. I pulled up the MasterChef application and started filling it out. The questions were mostly about personality, cooking philosophy, and interesting life story. Very little about actual skills. For cooking experience, I completely made stuff up. I said I'd worked in restaurant kitchens since college. I invented a whole backstory about growing up in my grandmother's Italian restaurant in Boston, learning family recipes. I described my cooking style using pretentious words I'd heard on the show. Rustic, elevated comfort food with modern techniques, farm-to-table sensibility, seasonal ingredients. I submitted the application at 1 a.m. and immediately forgot about it. It was a drunk joke application. Obviously, nothing would come of it. 3 weeks later, I got an email asking me to submit a video audition. I showed my friends, and we all laughed. The joke had gone further than expected. I should have stopped there. Instead, wine drunk me from 3 weeks ago had created a monster that sober me now had to deal with. My friends convinced me to make the audition video as an even better joke. We'd see how far I could take the lie. I borrowed my friend's nice camera and filmed myself cooking scrambled eggs while describing them like I was creating a Michelin star dish. I'm folding the eggs gently, incorporating air to create a light, custardy texture. The key is low heat and patience. I'm finishing with fresh chives from my herb garden and a touch of crème fraîche for richness. They were just scrambled eggs. Probably not even particularly good scrambled eggs. But I sold it with complete confidence and Food Network voice. I submitted the video, and again forgot about it. 2 months passed. Then I got a call from a casting producer. They wanted to fly me to Los Angeles for in-person interviews and a cooking audition. This had gone too far. I should have confessed it was a joke. Instead, I said yes, because it was a free trip to LA, and I figured I'd get eliminated in the actual cooking part. The in-person audition was surreal. There were about 50 people there, all convinced they were going to be the next celebrity chef. I was interviewed on camera about my cooking background and philosophy. I just repeated the lies from my application, adding more details each time. Then came the cooking test. They gave us 90 minutes to prepare our signature dish. I panicked. I didn't have a signature dish. I barely had any dishes. I looked around at what other people were doing and just copied techniques I'd seen on the show. Someone was searing scallops, so I grabbed scallops. Someone else was making a pan sauce, so I tried to make a pan sauce. I threw together this completely nonsensical plate of food that had no coherent theme or flavor profile. I expected to be laughed out of the building. Instead, the judges ate my disaster plate, and one of them said it was boldly unconventional and showed risk-taking creativity. Another judge said my flavor combinations were unexpected, but surprisingly harmonious. I had no idea if my food actually tasted good. I just knew I'd gotten lucky that my random ingredient throwing had somehow worked. Or maybe they were just being nice. Or maybe they liked my personality and didn't care about the food. I got a call back. Then another. Then I got the call that I'd been selected as one of 20 contestants for the next season of MasterChef America. I should have backed out. This was insane. I was going to be on national television pretending to be a chef when I could barely cook. I was going to embarrass myself spectacularly. But the contract they sent offered $50,000 just for participating, plus potential prize money if I made it far, plus the all-expenses-paid stay in LA during filming. I was living paycheck to paycheck in Chicago. $50,000 was life-changing money. I signed the contract without reading it carefully. First, major mistake. Filming started 6 weeks later. I showed up to the MasterChef kitchen having watched every episode of every cooking show I could find, frantically trying to learn basic techniques. I watched YouTube videos about how to properly chop an onion. I learned cooking terminology. I memorized common flavor pairings. The first challenge was a mystery box. We had 60 minutes to create a dish using the provided ingredients. I completely winged it. I grabbed ingredients that I'd seen paired together on TV. I used techniques I'd watched in videos. I plated everything trying to make it look pretty, like I'd seen contestants do. I was convinced I'd be eliminated immediately. Instead, I was safe. Not the best, but nowhere near the worst. Other contestants had actually burned things or made inedible dishes. My food was apparently mediocre, but acceptable. This pattern continued. Each challenge, I'd barely scrape by. I was never the best, but never quite bad enough to eliminate. I developed a strategy of staying middle of the pack and letting other people take risks that might get them sent home. The judges kept commenting on my interesting choices and unique perspective. What they didn't realize was that my choices were random, and my perspective was based on half-remembered TV shows. I made friends with other contestants who assumed I knew what I was doing. They'd ask me for advice, and I'd just repeat things I'd heard judges say. Trust your instincts. Let the ingredients shine. Don't overcomplicate it. Generic cooking advice that sounded profound. Halfway through the competition, I was still there. I'd somehow made it to the top 10. The challenges were getting harder, the scrutiny more intense. I was spending every night in my hotel room watching cooking tutorials and practicing basic skills. I got better through sheer exposure and repetition. After cooking under pressure dozens of times, some actual skill started developing. I could properly sauté vegetables now. My knife skills improved. I began to understand flavor balance through trial and error, but I was still fundamentally faking it. Other contestants had years of professional experience. They'd worked in Michelin-starred restaurants. They understood cooking theory and technique deeply. I was just mimicking what I saw and hoping for the best. The turning point was the restaurant takeover challenge, We had to cook for 100 dinner guests at a high-end restaurant. I was assigned 2 appetizers. I created a dish I'd seen on a cooking show and practiced in my hotel room. Seared scallops with pea puree and prosciutto crisp. The guests loved it. The judges raved about it. One judge said it was the best dish of the night. I acted humble and grateful, while internally screaming because I'd literally just copied someone else's recipe from YouTube. After that, I became a frontrunner. The narrative shifted to me being a dark horse candidate who was finding my voice in the competition. The show's editors started giving me more screen time. Other contestants began seeing me as a threat. I made it to the final 3. Then the final 2. I was one challenge away from either going home or winning $250,000 and the title of Master Chef. The finale was a 3-course meal prepared for celebrity judges. I had 6 hours to create an appetizer, main course, and dessert that would define my culinary point of view. I completely panicked during prep. My appetizer fell apart. My main course was overcooked. My dessert was a mess. I was certain I'd lost. But my competitor had a complete disaster. Their main course was inedible. Their dessert never set properly. Their appetizer was the only salvageable dish. By default, because my food was mediocre instead of catastrophic, I won MasterChef America. I stood there with confetti falling, while I held an oversized check for $250,000, and tried not to throw up from stress and imposter syndrome. The contract I'd signed without reading carefully kicked in. As the winner of MasterChef, I was required to fulfill certain obligations for 3 years. Promotional appearances, cooking demonstrations, endorsement deals, a cookbook deal. I had to maintain the persona of being a professional chef. I couldn't publicly disclaim my skills or contradict the narrative the show had created. Doing so would breach the contract, and I'd have to return all prize money plus pay damages. I was trapped. I'd won $250,000, but I was now contractually obligated to pretend to be a professional chef for 3 years, when I barely knew how to cook. The first year was a nightmare. I had to do press tours and cooking demonstrations. I hired a real chef to ghostwrite my cookbook and teach me how to actually make the recipes in it. The publisher had no idea. They thought I was just working with a collaborator, like many celebrity chefs do. I had to appear at food festivals and cook in front of audiences. I'd practice for weeks beforehand, learning the specific dishes I'd be making. I couldn't improvise. I couldn't handle questions about techniques I didn't understand. I had to stick to my prepared routine and hope nobody asked anything too technical. I got endorsement deals with kitchen equipment companies. They'd fly me out to demonstrate their products. I'd show up having memorized exactly what to say and do. One time, the mixer they gave me was different from the model I'd practiced with, and I nearly had a panic attack trying to figure out how to use it on camera. My social media had to maintain the chef persona. I hired someone to run my Instagram posting photos of food I didn't cook with captions about flavor profiles I didn't understand. The person running my account knew more about food than I did. I started getting recognized in public. People would approach me in grocery stores asking for cooking advice. I'd give generic responses and try to exit the conversation quickly before they asked anything specific. The worst was when I got invited to cook on morning talk shows. I'd have to prepare a dish in 6 minutes while making small talk with hosts who assumed I was an expert. I nearly burned down a studio kitchen once because I forgot to turn off a burner while distracted by the interview. I was making good money from all this. The prize money, the cookbook royalties, the endorsement deals, the appearance fees. I was earning more in a year than I'd made in 5 years at my insurance job. But I was constantly stressed and anxious about being exposed as a fraud. My real chef collaborator became my secret lifeline. I paid him a fortune to be on call whenever I needed cooking help. He'd ghostwrite my social media captions. He'd develop recipes for my demonstrations. He'd coach me before every public appearance. He thought the situation was hilarious. He was a trained culinary school graduate who'd worked in top restaurants, but couldn't get famous. Meanwhile, I'd stumbled into fame through a drunk joke application and couldn't escape it. Year 2 got slightly easier. I'd done so many coach demonstrations that some actual knowledge had sunk in. I could handle basic cooking questions now. I understood fundamental techniques. I wasn't completely faking anymore, just mostly faking. I started doing private cooking classes for wealthy clients who'd pay thousands of dollars to cook with a MasterChef winner. My chef collaborator would design the menus and coach me beforehand. I'd lead the classes following the script we'd prepared. The clients loved it. They had no idea they were essentially being taught by someone who'd learned to cook from YouTube videos while preparing for a reality show they'd applied to as a joke. I opened a restaurant in partnership with investors who wanted to capitalize on my MasterChef fame. I'm listed as chef and owner, but I have nothing to do with the actual cooking. I hired an experienced head chef who runs everything. I just show up occasionally for photo ops. The restaurant is successful because the food is actually good, prepared by real chefs who know what they're doing. My name and face are on everything, but I couldn't cook a single dish on the menu without serious help. Reviews mention my culinary vision and cooking prowess. Food critics write about my flavor instincts and technical skill, all based on food I didn't cook, created by chefs I hired. The whole thing is an elaborate fraud that everyone believes because I won a TV show. My family thinks I've found my calling. My mom tells everyone her daughter is a famous chef. My friends from Chicago see my success and tell me they knew I had hidden talent. Nobody knows the truth, except my collaborator chef, who's legally bound by NDAs. I've thought about confessing, just admitting publicly that I'm a fraud, but I've read my contract thoroughly now with a lawyer. Breaching it would cost me everything I've earned plus additional damages. I'd be financially ruined and publicly humiliated. So, I keep up the charade. I'm year 2, into a 3-year obligation. 1 more year of pretending to be a chef. Then theoretically, I can step back from the public culinary world and let the persona fade. But it's not that simple. I have business obligations that extend beyond the TV contract. The restaurant, the endorsement deals, the personal brand I've built. I can't just walk away without unraveling everything. I'm trapped in a life I created through a drunk joke application. I'm making more money than I ever imagined, but I'm constantly anxious about being exposed. Every cooking demonstration is a performance. Every interview is carefully scripted. Every social media post is written by someone else. I've had opportunities I never would have had in my old life. I've traveled for food events. I've met celebrities and actual famous chefs. I've been featured in major publications, all built on a foundation of lies and reality TV editing. The guilt eats at me sometimes. Real chefs struggle for years to gain recognition. They dedicate their lives to the craft. Meanwhile, I drunkenly applied to a show as a joke and got handed a career I don't deserve. But I also worked hard once I got there. I practiced constantly. I studied relentlessly. I learned to actually cook through sheer necessity and repetition. Maybe I didn't earn it the traditional way, but I did put in effort. My therapist says I have imposter syndrome combined with actual impostering. I genuinely am an imposter, but I've also internalized enough skill that I'm not completely fraudulent anymore. It's a weird psychological space to occupy. I've gotten better at cooking over these 2 years. I can make genuinely good food now when I have time to prepare and practice, but I'm still nowhere near the level people assume I'm at, based on my MasterChef win. The show editing made me look way more skilled than I was. They showed my successful dishes and edited out most of my failures. They created a narrative of growth and talent that didn't reflect reality. But that narrative is what launched my career. I've met other reality show winners since then. Some of them have confided that they also felt like imposters who got lucky. Reality TV success doesn't always correlate with actual skill. Sometimes it's about being good on camera or fitting a narrative producers want. But I might be the worst case. Most reality cooking show winners at least knew how to cook when they applied. I literally learned on the job, while pretending I already knew. The food world is starting to move on to newer MasterChef winners and Food Network stars. My peak fame moment has passed. In another year, I can probably fade into semi-obscurity, keep running my restaurant with real chefs doing the actual work, and live off the money I've made. But I'll always be the MasterChef winner who couldn't really cook. At least to myself. The public will never know unless I confess. And I can't afford to confess. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd just ignored that drunk bet with Jake. If I'd never filled out the application, I'd still be working in insurance claims processing, making $40,000 a year. Would that be better? Probably more honest, but also more boring and financially difficult. I chose chaos and money over honesty and mediocrity. I'm living with that choice. Literally living a lie for a living. My year 3 obligations start next month. More appearances, more demonstrations, more pretending. The restaurant is expanding to a second location, which means more oversight of something I know nothing about, but pretend to understand. I've gotten so good at the pretending that sometimes I almost believe it myself. When I'm doing a cooking demo and people are watching me admiringly, there's a moment where I think maybe I am the chef. They think I am. Then I remember how this all started, and the cognitive dissonance hits. I applied to a reality show as a drunk joke. I won through a combination of luck, desperation, and just enough skill development to not completely embarrass myself. Now I'm a minor celebrity chef who can barely cook. That's my life. That's my secret, and I'm legally required to keep it secret for at least another year. After that, who knows? Maybe I'll write a tell-all book. Maybe I'll just quietly retire from the food world and let people assume I moved on to other interests. Maybe I'll keep doing this because the money is good, and I've gotten comfortable with the lie. What I do know is I'll never drink wine and apply to reality shows again. Once is a bizarre accident that changed my life. Twice would just be stupid. Though knowing my luck, I'd probably win whatever I applied to, and end up trapped in another 3-year contract pretending to be something I'm not. At least now I can actually cook scrambled eggs really well. That's growth, right? I'm a MasterChef winner who learned to cook from YouTube while pretending to already know how for a TV show I applied to as a joke. That's the most ridiculous sentence I've ever written about my own life. And it's completely true. 1 more year. I just have to make it 1 more year without being exposed. Then maybe I can figure out who I actually am without the chef persona. Or maybe the chef persona is who I am now. I've been living it for 2 years. At what point does pretending become reality? My therapist says we'll work on that question. Right now, we're focused on managing my anxiety about the next cooking demonstration I have to do next week. I've already hired my collaborator chef to design the menu and coach me. We'll practice for hours until I can execute it flawlessly. Then I'll perform it in front of an audience who'll believe I just whipped it up with my natural talent and expertise. And I'll smile and accept the applause and die a little inside, knowing the whole thing is an elaborate performance. But the check will clear. The contract will be fulfilled. The charade will continue. This is my life now. Professional imposter. Reality TV fraud. Accidental chef. I'd laugh if I wasn't too busy practicing how to properly brunoise vegetables for next week's demonstration. They want me to teach advanced knife skills. Me, the person who learned to properly hold a knife from a YouTube video 2 years ago. The absurdity never ends. But hey, at least I'm getting paid well for it. That's what I tell myself anyway when I can't sleep at night, thinking about what happens if someone discovers the truth. One more year. Just one more year. Then maybe I can order takeout again without feeling like a hypocrite. Story 9. I'm a 38-year-old woman who went to the hospital 3 months ago for what should have been a simple outpatient procedure, a gallbladder removal. I'd been having pain for months, and my doctor finally scheduled the surgery. Laparoscopic cholecystectomy, they called it. Routine. Low risk. I'd be home the same day. I checked into the hospital at 6 a.m., signed the consent forms, put on the gown, got wheeled into pre-op. The last thing I remember is the anesthesiologist saying count backwards from 10. I got to 7. When I woke up 6 hours later, I was missing my left kidney. Not my gallbladder. My kidney. And here's the thing that makes this a nightmare, instead of just a terrible mistake. I still have my gallbladder. They took the wrong organ from the wrong patient. I'm living with the consequences, and the hospital is trying to cover it up. The recovery room confusion should have been my first clue. I woke up groggy and in significant pain. More pain than I expected from gallbladder surgery. The nurse seemed surprised I was awake and kept checking her charts. She asked my name and date of birth multiple times. She left and came back with another nurse. They were whispering and looking concerned. I asked if everything went okay. They said the doctor would talk to me soon. That's when I knew something was wrong. Nurses don't avoid questions unless there's a problem. The surgeon came in an hour later. Dr. Patricia Mills, mid-50s, professional, clearly uncomfortable. She sat down and explained there had been a complication during surgery. An unexpected finding. They'd discovered my left kidney was severely damaged and had to remove it immediately to prevent infection spreading. It was a medical emergency. She'd made a judgment call to save my life. I was confused. I was there for my gallbladder. Why were they even near my kidney? She said once they were inside, they saw the kidney issue and had to address it. She said I was lucky they caught it, that I could have died from kidney failure if they hadn't acted. I was too drugged and confused to question it properly. My husband arrived, and Dr. Mills repeated the story to him. He was upset, but also relieved they'd caught a serious problem. We trusted her. She was a respected surgeon at a good hospital. Why would she lie? They kept me overnight for observation. The pain was intense, way worse than gallbladder surgery should be. But they said kidney removal is more invasive. They gave me strong painkillers. Sent me home the next day with prescriptions and follow-up appointments. The pain in my abdomen where my gallbladder was didn't go away. In fact, it got worse over the following weeks. I went back to my primary care doctor. He was confused. He said if they'd removed my gallbladder, that pain should be gone. He ordered an ultrasound. The results showed my gallbladder was still there, still full of stones, still causing pain. I thought there was a mistake with the imaging, but my doctor's face when he saw the results told me it wasn't an imaging error. He asked me directly what surgery I'd had. I said gallbladder removal. He said, according to the ultrasound, I still had my gallbladder, but I was missing my left kidney. We requested my surgical records immediately. The operative report said laparoscopic nephrectomy, kidney removal. The consent form I'd signed said cholecystectomy, gallbladder removal. The procedure performed didn't match the procedure authorized. I started shaking reading the documents. They'd taken the wrong organ. This wasn't a complication found during surgery. This was a catastrophic error. They'd removed a healthy kidney I needed and left the diseased gallbladder that was causing my problems. My husband and I got a lawyer immediately. Medical malpractice attorney who specialized in surgical errors. She reviewed everything, and her face went pale. She said this was one of the worst cases she'd seen. Wrong site surgery is rare, but happens. Wrong patient surgery is extremely rare, but also happens. This appeared to be both. They'd performed a procedure meant for a different patient on me. She asked if I'd been in a shared pre-op area. I said yes. There were several patients being prepped simultaneously. She said that's likely where the mix-up happened. Charts got confused. I got marked for someone else's surgery. We contacted the hospital, asked for a meeting with administration and Dr. Mills. They stonewalled for weeks. Finally agreed to meet. The hospital's legal team was there. Dr. Mills looked miserable. The administration claimed they'd conducted an internal investigation and found no wrongdoing. They maintained the story that my kidney was diseased and required emergency removal during my gallbladder surgery. They had the operative photos to prove it. Except when our attorney demanded to see those photos, they were of a severely damaged kidney. But the kidney wasn't labeled. No patient identification in the images. Our attorney suspected the photos were from a different patient's surgery entirely, used to justify their story. We demanded they explain why my gallbladder was still present if they'd operated on me for gallbladder removal. They claimed the surgeon had determined during the procedure that the gallbladder could stay, and the kidney was the more urgent issue. It was absurd. Gallbladder surgery doesn't involve going anywhere near the kidney. The anatomical locations aren't even close. Our lawyer said their story was medically implausible. They were lying to cover up the error. She filed a lawsuit for medical malpractice, battery, fraud, and negligence. The discovery process revealed the truth. There had been another patient scheduled for kidney removal that same morning. A 42-year-old woman with kidney disease. Her name was Catherine Miller. My name is Catherine Mills. Similar names, similar ages. We were both in pre-op at the same time. The hospital used wristbands with patient information, but someone had switched our bands or put the wrong band on one of us. The operating room team took me thinking I was Catherine. They removed my healthy kidney following Catherine's surgical plan. Catherine got sent to recovery without any surgery and was eventually sent home confused about why her kidney removal was cancelled. Catherine and I met through our lawyers. She's lovely and horrified by what happened. She said she'd checked in for her surgery, got prepped, but then was told there was a delay. She waited for hours. Eventually, someone told her the surgery was cancelled due to unexpected complications with another patient. They rescheduled her for a month later. She had her actual kidney removal surgery then. She had no idea the complication was that they'd removed my healthy kidney by mistake, thinking I was her. She cried when we met, apologized even though none of it was her fault. We were both victims of the hospital's systematic failures. The lawsuit uncovered multiple violations of safety protocols. The surgical team is supposed to verify patient identity multiple times. Check the wristband against the chart. Confirm the procedure verbally with the patient before anesthesia. Do a final timeout in the operating room before cutting. None of this happened properly. The pre-op nurse put the wrong wristband on me, or on Catherine. The anesthesiologist didn't verify. The surgical team did a timeout but somehow confirmed the wrong information. Every single safety checkpoint failed simultaneously. Swiss cheese model of accident causation. Multiple failures aligned perfectly to create disaster. The hospital's response has been to blame individuals rather than systemic problems. The pre-op nurse was fired. The anesthesiologist was reprimanded. Dr. Mills was suspended pending review. But the deeper issues weren't addressed. The wristband system that allowed mix-ups, the timeout procedures that weren't effective, the culture that prioritized speed over safety. Our attorney said this is typical. Hospitals sacrifice staff to avoid admitting organizational failure. Individual scapegoats instead of systematic reform. The media got involved. Local news ran the story. Wrong patient surgery makes headlines. I did one interview explaining what happened. The response was overwhelming. Other patients came forward with stories of near misses at the same hospital. Wrong medications administered, wrong site surgeries. patients waking up mid-procedure, a pattern of safety failures that the hospital had managed to keep quiet. My case was just the most egregious one that couldn't be hidden. Suddenly, there were multiple lawsuits and investigations. State Health Department got involved. Medicare was threatening sanctions. Living with one kidney is not as simple as the hospital originally tried to claim. They said people live with one kidney all the time. It's fine. That's true for people who donate a kidney intentionally or lose one due to disease. But I didn't choose this. And I had 2 healthy kidneys. Now I have one doing the work of 2. I'm at higher risk for kidney disease. I have to be careful with medications. I can't take certain painkillers. I have to monitor my protein intake, stay hydrated obsessively, avoid contact sports. I'm more vulnerable to kidney failure if anything happens to my remaining kidney. My life is permanently altered. The psychological impact has been severe. I have medical PTSD. I can't go to hospitals without panic attacks. I had to have my gallbladder removed eventually, the actual surgery I needed, and I was terrified. Required sedatives just to check in. I made them verify my identity dozens of times. I wrote my name on my body in permanent marker. I refused to let them proceed until multiple staff had confirmed who I was and what procedure I was there for. The surgical team was understanding, but I could tell they thought I was being excessive. I didn't care. I couldn't trust them. They could make the same mistakes. My relationship with my husband has been strained. He's supportive, but also dealing with his own trauma from this. He trusted the medical system to care for me. That trust was shattered. He blames himself for not asking more questions in the recovery room. I tell him it's not his fault, but he carries guilt anyway. We're both in therapy, processing the betrayal and violation. My body was altered without my consent. An organ was taken that didn't need to be taken. I was mutilated by incompetence. That's hard to reconcile. The financial cost has been staggering. The initial surgery I didn't need. The recovery from surgery I didn't need. The gallbladder surgery I still needed. Multiple specialists to monitor my remaining kidney. Medications. Therapy. Legal fees. Lost wages from time off work. I was a graphic designer working full-time. I've had to reduce to part-time because of fatigue and medical appointments. Our savings are depleted. We're living on credit cards while the lawsuit proceeds. The hospital offered a settlement. $100,000 and an NDA. Our lawyer said it was insultingly low. We rejected it. We're going to trial. We want justice, not just money. The trial preparation has been exhausting. Depositions where I had to relive the trauma repeatedly. Medical experts examining me. Lawyers asking invasive questions about my health and life. The hospital's attorneys are ruthless. They're trying to prove I had underlying kidney problems that justified the removal. They've subpoenaed all my medical records going back decades, looking for anything to support their story. My attorney says it's standard defense strategy, but it feels like being violated again. My private health history being examined by strangers looking for ways to blame me. Dr. Mills reached out to me privately, through a third party, not directly. She wanted to apologize off the record. She said she made a terrible mistake and has to live with destroying my health. She didn't realize it was the wrong patient until after the surgery when she reviewed the charts. By then, my kidney was gone. She panicked and went along with the hospital's cover story. She regrets it. She's likely going to lose her medical license. Her career is over. Part of me feels bad for her. She made a mistake and the system failed to catch it. But another part of me is angry. She had opportunities to tell the truth. She chose to lie. That makes her complicit, even if she wasn't the one who switched the wristbands. Catherine and I have stayed in touch. We have an odd bond, connected by this nightmare. She feels guilty even though she did nothing wrong. I tell her it's not her fault, but she struggles with it. Her kidney removal went fine eventually. She's recovering well. But she's haunted by knowing someone lost a healthy kidney because of her scheduled surgery. We talk about suing together, building a larger case about the hospital's failures. Our lawyers are coordinating. A joint lawsuit might have more impact. The state investigation resulted in citations and fines for the hospital. They were found to have multiple safety violations, required to implement new protocols, undergo additional oversight, provide staff retraining. It's something, but it doesn't give me my kidney back. It doesn't undo the harm. The hospital paid a fine that's a fraction of their annual revenue. They released a statement about learning from mistakes and prioritizing patient safety. Corporate speak, that means nothing. They're more concerned about their reputation than about the human cost of their failures. Other patients from the hospital have contacted me, sharing their stories. Most didn't rise to the level of wrong patient surgery, but they reveal a culture of negligence. Nurses, too, overworked to double-check medications. Doctors, too, rushed to review charts carefully. Administrative pressure to move patients quickly through the system. Profit prioritized over safety. My case was an extreme outcome of everyday problems. That's the terrifying part. It could happen anywhere. It could happen to anyone. The system is broken, and patients are the ones who pay the price. I've become an advocate for patient safety reform. I speak at conferences and to hospital boards. I share my story to push for change. Mandatory double verification systems, better wristband technology, stronger timeout protocols, blame-free reporting of near misses, systematic improvements instead of individual scapegoating. Some hospitals are receptive, others are defensive. Change is slow. But maybe my nightmare can prevent someone else's. Maybe something good can come from something horrible. That's what I tell myself to cope. The physical limitations are what I struggle with most. I can't do things I used to do. I get tired easily. I have to be careful about hydration, especially in hot weather. I worry constantly about my remaining kidney. Every ache makes me panic. Is something wrong? Am I developing kidney disease? I have quarterly monitoring now, blood tests and imaging, always waiting to see if the one kidney I have left is still functioning properly. The anxiety is constant. I've gone from being healthy and not thinking about my kidneys to being semi-disabled and obsessing over kidney function. My career has suffered significantly. The fatigue and medical appointments make full-time work impossible. I had to tell my employer what happened because I needed accommodations. They were sympathetic, but also clearly uncomfortable. I'm not the reliable employee I was. I'm the one with medical issues who might need sudden time off. I feel their attitude shifting. I'm probably going to be let go eventually. They won't say it's because of this, but it will be. Then I'll be dealing with job loss on top of everything else. The cascading consequences just keep coming. The lawsuit is scheduled for trial in 6 months. Our attorney is confident we'll win. The evidence is overwhelming. Wrong patient, wrong procedure, attempted cover-up. The jury will be sympathetic. But even if we win millions, it won't fix what's broken. Money can't buy me a new kidney. Can't undo the trauma. Can't restore trust in medical systems. Can't give me back my health and career and peace of mind. A verdict might provide validation and financial compensation, but it won't make me whole. I'll never be whole again. That's the reality I'm learning to accept. I think about sliding door moments constantly. If I'd been scheduled for surgery an hour earlier, or later, if Catherine had been in a different pre-op bay, if the nurse hadn't grabbed the wrong wristband, if anyone in the chain had caught the error, any of a dozen small changes would have prevented this. But they all aligned perfectly for disaster. I was just unlucky. In the wrong place at the wrong time, with a name similar enough to cause confusion. Random chance destroyed my health. That's hard to accept. We want reasons and meaning. Sometimes there's just chaos and bad luck and systematic failures. The hospital sent a formal apology letter eventually. After the lawsuit was filed. After the media coverage. After the state investigation. A generic letter expressing regret for my experience and outlining the steps they're taking to prevent future incidents. It felt hollow and calculated. Legal department approved apology, designed to minimize liability while appearing contrite. I didn't respond. What would I say? Your apology means nothing. Give me my kidney back. You can't. So nothing you say matters. I threw the letter away. Support groups for medical error victims have been helpful, connecting with people who understand, who've experienced similar betrayals by healthcare systems. We share coping strategies, validating each other's anger and grief. It helps to not feel alone in this, though I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The group is full of people whose lives were changed by preventable mistakes, people missing organs or limbs, people with permanent disabilities, people who lost loved ones. Medical errors are the third leading cause of death in the U.S. We're the survivors who live with the consequences. An invisible community bonded by trauma. I don't know what my future looks like. The trial will happen. We'll probably win. I'll get some money, pay off debts, maybe buy a house that's accessible if my health declines further, maybe fund my medical expenses for the rest of my life. But money can't buy health. Can't buy back the years lost to trauma recovery. Can't buy peace of mind. I'm 38 and feel like my life is over in some ways. My identity was built on being healthy and capable. Now I'm defined by being a medical error victim, the woman who lost a kidney to a hospital mistake. That's not who I wanted to be, but it's who I am now, so that's my story. I went in for gallbladder removal and woke up missing a kidney I still needed. The hospital tried to cover it up. I'm suing and advocating for change and trying to rebuild a life from the wreckage. If you're having surgery, be paranoid. Verify everything. Make them check your identity multiple times. Write your name and the procedure on your body. Don't assume the system will protect you. It failed me spectacularly. It can fail you too. Be your own advocate because no one else will. That's the harsh lesson I learned. Trust, but verify. Actually, don't trust. Just verify. Your life might depend on it. The nightmares are relentless. I dream I'm on the operating table. I can't move or speak, but I'm aware. I watch them take pieces of me. Sometimes it's my kidney. Sometimes it's other organs. Sometimes it's limbs. I wake up checking my body to make sure everything is still there. The phantom pain in my left flank where my kidney used to be is constant. Doctors say it's psychological. The kidney is gone. There shouldn't be pain there. But I feel it. My brain remembers what should be there and creates sensation in the void. It's a reminder every day of what was taken. My relationship with food and drink has become obsessive. I track every ounce of water I consume, calculate protein in every meal, monitor my salt intake meticulously. My remaining kidney is working overtime and I'm terrified of overloading it. My doctor says I'm being excessive. That one healthy kidney can handle normal diet and hydration, but I can't shake the fear. What if I damage it? What if I lose kidney function? I'd need dialysis. Kidney transplant eventually. One mistake by the hospital has made me hyper-aware of my mortality and vulnerability. I can't be casual about my health anymore. The insurance situation has been a nightmare I didn't anticipate. The hospital billed my insurance for kidney removal, a procedure I didn't consent to. I filed appeals, saying the procedure was unauthorized. The insurance initially refused to pay the hospital. Then the hospital threatened to bill me directly, over $100,000 for the surgery they botched. My insurance company and the hospital are fighting over who pays. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in the middle, with my credit being threatened. My attorney says it will get resolved through the lawsuit, but in the meantime, my financial life is chaos. I had to tell my family eventually. My parents are elderly, and I didn't want to worry them. But they noticed I wasn't well. When I explained what happened, my mother cried for days. My father wanted to go to the hospital and confront the administrators. I had to talk him down. Their faith in medicine is shattered. They're terrified every time they need medical care now. My experience has traumatized them vicariously. They feel helpless watching me suffer from something that shouldn't have happened. I feel guilty for that, for being the cause of their fear and pain, even though I'm also a victim. The medical community's response has been mixed. Some doctors and nurses have reached out privately with support, sharing their own experiences with near misses and systemic failures. They appreciate me speaking out. Others have been defensive, claiming I'm making medicine look bad, that my case is rare and shouldn't undermine public trust in healthcare. But that's exactly backward. Public trust should be based on honesty about failures. The medical community protects itself instead of patients. That's the problem. My case isn't rare because of the specific error. It's rare because most errors get successfully covered up. I've learned more about wrong site and wrong patient surgeries than I ever wanted to know. They happen more often than reported. Most are near misses caught before cutting. Some result in minor harm that gets settled quietly. A few, like mine, result in catastrophic permanent harm. The Joint Commission has protocols to prevent these events. Universal protocol for preventing wrong site, wrong procedure, wrong person surgery. But protocols are only as good as their implementation. In rushed and understaffed, high-pressure environments, protocols get skipped. People take shortcuts. Disasters happen. The disability determination process has been degrading. I applied for partial disability because I can't work full-time. The evaluator questioned whether losing one kidney qualifies as disabling. I had to explain the fatigue, the medical appointments, the psychological trauma, the restrictions on my activities. She seemed skeptical, like I was exaggerating for benefits. I'm not. I'm genuinely limited. But the system assumes people are lying. I had to get multiple doctors to write letters supporting my claim. The process took months. I was eventually approved for partial disability, but it pays a fraction of what I earned working full-time. The financial gap is significant and stressful. Catherine and I have discussed writing a book together about our experience. Our lawyers think it could be powerful. 2 patients whose lives intersected through medical error. How the system failed us both. The human cost of healthcare failures. Publishers have expressed interest. But I'm hesitant. Do I want to relive this in detail for public consumption? Do I want to be forever known as the medical error woman? Is there value in sharing beyond the advocacy work I'm already doing? Catherine is more enthusiastic. She sees it as a way to create meaning from trauma. I understand that impulse, but I'm not sure I have the emotional capacity. The hospital has made changes allegedly because of my case. New wristband system with barcodes, electronic verification at multiple checkpoints, mandatory timeout procedures with all team members participating verbally, staff training on patient safety. They publicize these changes as proof they take safety seriously. My attorney says it's liability management. They're demonstrating they fix the problems to reduce punitive damages. The changes are good. They might prevent future errors. But they also implicitly admit the old system was inadequate. That admission undermines their defense that they did nothing wrong in my case. I think about Dr. Mills often. She's been painted as the villain in media coverage, the surgeon who took the wrong organ. But she was a cog in a failed system. She should have verified patient identity independently. She should have questioned why gallbladder surgery orders led her to a kidney. She should have told the truth after realizing the error. She failed at multiple points, but the system put her in a position to fail. Overbooked operating rooms, time pressure to move quickly, culture of not questioning apparent authority. She made bad choices, but the hospital created the environment where those choices led to disaster. The chronic pain specialist I see says my phantom kidney pain might be permanent. Some amputees feel phantom limb pain forever. I might feel phantom organ pain forever. There's no cure, just management. Medications that help somewhat. Nerve blocks that provide temporary relief. Mindfulness techniques to reduce focus on the sensation. I'm learning to live with constant discomfort, adding it to the mental anguish and fatigue and anxiety. My body is a collection of broken systems and trauma responses now. I'm functional, but never comfortable. That's my baseline. Functional discomfort. The trial date approaching fills me with dread and hope simultaneously. Dread, because I'll have to testify. Relive everything publicly. Be cross-examined by hostile attorneys trying to make me look unreliable. Hope, because maybe a jury will validate that what happened to me was wrong, that I deserve compensation, and the hospital deserves punishment. Maybe a large verdict will force systemic change. Maybe other hospitals will implement safety measures to avoid similar judgments. Maybe my suffering will prevent someone else's. That would make it almost bearable. Almost. My faith has been tested by this experience. I used to believe in a just world where good things happen to good people, where following the rules and trusting institutions keeps you safe. That belief is gone. Bad things happen randomly to undeserving people. Institutions fail and protect themselves over individuals. Justice is uncertain and often delayed or denied. The world is chaotic and unfair. That's a depressing realization, but it's also liberating in a way. I don't have to believe I deserved this, or that there's a lesson I needed to learn. It's just bad luck and systematic failure. Nothing cosmic. Just human error and institutional dysfunction. The small moments of kindness from strangers have sustained me more than I expected. People who heard my story and sent cards, donated to help with medical expenses, shared their own stories of medical trauma, offered prayers or good wishes. I'm not religious, but I appreciate the gesture. Knowing people care. Knowing I'm not completely alone. Those connections matter. They remind me that despite institutional failures, individual humans can still be decent and compassionate. That's worth remembering. I wonder about parallel universes sometimes. In one universe, the nurse grabs the correct wristband. I have gallbladder surgery. I go home the same day with minimal pain. My life continues normally. I never meet Catherine. Never become a patient safety advocate. Never sue a hospital. Never lose faith in medical care. That Catherine is happy and whole. I envy her. But she's not real. I'm real. This nightmare is real. I have to live in this universe with these consequences. Imagining alternatives is torture, but I can't help it. What if? What if? What if? The questions loop endlessly. The settlement offers keep coming as trial approaches. The hospital doesn't want this in front of a jury. They're up to $3 million now. My attorney says we should hold out. A jury might award much more. Punitive damages could be substantial, but there's risk. We could lose. Get nothing. $3 million guaranteed versus possibly more, or possibly nothing. It's a gamble. My husband wants to take the settlement. End the stress. Move on. I want my day in court. Want a jury to hear what happened and hold the hospital accountable. We're at an impasse. The decision deadline is approaching. So 3 months later, this is where I am. Living with one kidney and chronic pain. Unable to work full-time, facing trial, doing advocacy work, trying to rebuild my sense of safety and identity, processing trauma through therapy, navigating a healthcare system I no longer trust, waiting for something resembling justice. It's not the life I planned. It's the life I have. I'm learning to accept that, learning to find meaning in the wreckage, learning to be Catherine with one kidney instead of Catherine who thought she was healthy. The transformation is painful and ongoing, but I'm still here, still fighting, still trying. That has to count for something, even if it's not enough, even if I never fully heal. I'm still trying. That's all I can do. Story 10. This happened 2 months ago, and I'm still processing everything. I'm a 34-year-old software developer who bought my first house 3 years ago, in a quiet suburb outside Portland. It's a beautiful 1920s Craftsman that I got for a steal, because it needed some work. The previous owner had passed away and his kids just wanted to unload it quickly. From day one, I heard weird noises. Creaking, footsteps, the occasional thud. I'm a logical person, so I chalked it up to the house. Settling, old pipes, maybe some squirrels in the walls. I even had a pest control guy come out twice. He found nothing. The sounds were always at night, usually between 2 and 4 in the morning. Sometimes I'd wake up and swear I heard breathing. But I lived alone, so I convinced myself it was just my imagination running wild in a new house. About 6 months after moving in, I started noticing small things going missing. A bag of chips I knew I had, half a leftover pizza, some batteries, a phone charger. I thought I was going crazy, or just being forgetful. I work from home, and sometimes pull all-nighters coding, so I figured exhaustion was making me misremember where I put things. Then my dog, Biscuit, started acting strange. He's a golden retriever, super friendly, never met a person he didn't like, but he'd stare at the ceiling for hours, whining softly. Sometimes he'd refuse to go upstairs at all. The really weird stuff started happening around the 1-year mark. I'd come home and lights would be on that I definitely turned off. The thermostat would be adjusted. Once I found a book I'd been reading moved to a different room with a bookmark on a page I hadn't reached yet. That freaked me out enough to install a few security cameras, but I only put them outside because I didn't want to feel like I was being paranoid in my own home. The outside cameras never caught anyone. No signs of forced entry. Nothing. I started having vivid dreams, or what I thought were dreams. I'd wake up feeling like someone had been standing over me watching me sleep. A few times I found muddy footprints in my bathroom that weren't there when I went to bed. Size 9 shoes, same as mine, which I found oddly disturbing. I bought new locks, changed the codes on everything, but the weird occurrences continued. My friends suggested carbon monoxide poisoning, so I got multiple detectors. All clear. Sleep paralysis, sleepwalking, stress. I tried to rationalize everything. Then 3 months ago, I was up late working on a project deadline when I heard it clearly. Footsteps directly above me. Not the settling of an old house. Actual footsteps. Back and forth, back and forth. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor, and there's nothing above it except the attic. I'd been up there exactly once when I moved in. Saw it was full of the previous owner's junk, and hadn't bothered with it since. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I grabbed a baseball bat and slowly climbed the attic stairs. The attic has a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. As I pulled it down, it creaked loud enough to wake the dead. I climbed up slowly, bat raised, phone flashlight on. What I saw made me freeze completely. The attic wasn't full of junk anymore. Someone had cleared out a space and created a living area. There was a camping mattress with blankets, a battery-powered lantern, several boxes of non-perishable food, jugs of water, And worst of all, photos. Photos of me. Hundreds of them. Me sleeping, me working at my desk, me in the shower. The walls were covered with them like some psychotic shrine. I nearly fell off the ladder backing away. I called 911 immediately and locked myself in my car outside. The police came within 10 minutes. They searched the entire house and found no one, but they confirmed what I'd seen. They took photos, documented everything, and said they'd patrol the area. They suggested I stay somewhere else for the night. I went to my brother's house and barely slept. The next morning, 2 detectives came to interview me. They were taking it seriously, which somehow made it worse. This wasn't me being paranoid. Someone had actually been living in my attic. They dusted for prints and found dozens. Then they told me something that made my blood run cold. The fingerprints matched my neighbor, Gerald, who lived 2 houses down. Gerald was a quiet guy in his late 50s, who I'd waved to maybe a dozen times. He'd lived on the street for decades. Seemed completely normal. The police went to his house, but he wasn't there. They got a warrant and searched it. Inside, they found detailed notebooks documenting my daily routine. What time I woke up, what I ate, when I left the house, everything. He'd somehow gotten a key to my house, probably made a copy from the previous owner before I bought it. The detectives theorized he'd been entering through the attic window from the roof, which connected to a large oak tree in my backyard. He'd established his attic hideout before I even moved in, and had just continued living there. The notebooks revealed his escalating obsession. At first, he was just curious about the new neighbor. Then he became convinced we were meant to be together. He wrote about protecting me, about how he was my guardian angel watching over me, about how he'd scare away anyone who showed romantic interest in me. That explained why the last few dates I'd brought home had been uncomfortable and cut short. He'd probably been making noises or doing things to creep them out. They found Gerald 3 days later. He'd been hiding in a storage unit he rented. When they arrested him, he apparently seemed confused about why I was upset. He said he was just keeping me company, making sure I was safe. He never meant to scare me. The psychological evaluation revealed severe delusions, and he's now in a psychiatric facility awaiting trial. He's been charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and a bunch of other things I can't remember. Here's where it gets even crazier. After Gerald's arrest, I started going through my house more carefully, with police supervision. We found cameras. Tiny, wireless cameras, hidden in vents, in light fixtures, in my bedroom, my bathroom, everywhere. He'd been watching me constantly through a laptop they found in his house. Hundreds of hours of footage. The detectives were professional, but I could see them trying to hide their disgust. I felt violated in a way I can't even describe. Every private moment for 3 years had been observed. But wait, there's more that makes this whole thing even more disturbing. When the police dug into Gerald's background, they discovered he'd done this before. Twice. In 2 different states. He'd lived in people's attics undetected, but in those cases, he'd eventually been caught after shorter periods. One was a woman in Ohio, who discovered him after 8 months. Another was a college student in Nevada, who found him after just 6 weeks. Both times he'd served minimal sentences and gotten psychological treatment before being released. He'd moved to Portland specifically to start over, bought his house, and apparently waited for the perfect target to move in and nearby. The previous owner's family reached out to me after seeing the news. They told me Gerald and the old man had been friendly, that Gerald had a key to help out when the owner got sick. That's how he'd known the attic layout and had prepared everything before the house even sold. He'd been planning this for months, just waiting for someone to buy it. I happened to be young, single, and fit his preferred victim profile. If I hadn't bought the house, it would have been whoever did. I've since sold that house at a significant loss. I couldn't stay there another night. Every creak, every shadow, I'd panic. I'm in therapy twice a week dealing with the trauma. I have trust issues now. I check every corner of my new apartment, multiple times a day. I cover all the vents. I can't sleep without checking under the bed and in the closets. My friends think I should be relieved it's over, but they don't understand. 3 years. He watched me for 3 entire years. The thing that haunts me most is thinking about all those times I felt like someone was watching me, and I dismissed it. All those missing food items I thought I'd eaten and forgotten about. The footsteps I convinced myself were normal house sounds. My instincts were screaming at me the entire time, and I ignored them because I didn't want to seem crazy. I gaslit myself while an actual stalker lived 15 feet above my head. Biscuit is doing better now, by the way. He's less anxious in the new place. Sometimes I wonder if he knew all along and was trying to warn me. The trial is coming up in a few months, and I'll have to testify. My lawyer says Gerald's team is going for an insanity defense, which will probably work given his documented mental illness. He'll likely spend years in psychiatric care instead of prison. Part of me wants him locked away forever. Another part of me knows he's genuinely sick and needs help. The weirdest part of all this is the community reaction. Some neighbors knew Gerald for 20 years and refused to believe it at first. They thought I was making it up for attention. One older woman told me I should have been flattered that someone cared enough to watch over me. I stopped reading the local Facebook group after that, but others have been incredibly supportive. A few people even admitted they'd had weird experiences with Gerald that they'd dismissed. One person said he'd asked invasive questions about their schedule. Another said he'd caught Gerald in their backyard once, and Gerald claimed he was looking for his lost cat, which this neighbor later realized Gerald didn't own. I've become something of a cautious advocate now. I give talks at community centers about trusting your instincts and home security. I tell people that if something feels off, it probably is. Don't dismiss those gut feelings. I'm still processing everything and probably will be for years. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I hear footsteps above me, but it's just the upstairs neighbor walking around. I have to remind myself I'm safe now. I'm on the 3rd floor of a building with security. No attics. No Gerald. The prosecutor told me this case has led to changes in how the state handles repeat offenders with this specific type of delusion. Gerald fell through the cracks of the system twice before. Now there's legislation being proposed for stricter monitoring and longer treatment periods. It won't undo what happened to me, but maybe it'll prevent someone else from going through this nightmare. I still struggle with wondering what if. What if I'd checked the attic sooner? What if I'd insisted on more thorough police checks when things kept going missing? What if I'd listened to Biscuit's warnings? But my therapist keeps reminding me that none of this was my fault. I was the victim of someone with serious psychological problems who was skilled at hiding and manipulation. 3 years is an incredibly long time for this type of situation to go undetected. And most people are found within weeks or months. Looking back, there were so many signs. The fact that my grocery bills were higher than expected, that I always seemed to run out of toilet paper faster than made sense, that my hot water would randomly run out, that batteries disappeared constantly. He was living off my resources while I paid for everything. The detectives estimated he saved thousands of dollars by not having his own utility bills and stealing my food and supplies. The aftermath has been a journey in itself. Insurance wouldn't cover everything because apparently being stalked in your own home falls into some weird coverage gap. I lost about $40,000 on the house sale because I had to disclose what happened. And unsurprisingly, most buyers weren't interested in this stalker house. One couple actually wanted to buy it because of the notoriety, thinking they could turn it into some kind of dark tourism thing. I refused out of principle. Eventually, a house flipper bought it, completely renovated everything, and sold it without mentioning the history. I have mixed feelings about that. My work suffered tremendously during those first few months after discovery. I couldn't concentrate. I'd be in the middle of coding and suddenly remember that Gerald had watched me work for 3 years. He knew all my projects, my passwords that I stupidly said out loud to myself, everything. I had to change every single password I'd ever used, which was a nightmare. My company was understanding, but there were deadlines, and eventually I had to take a leave of absence. I burned through most of my savings during that time. The media coverage was invasive in its own way. Local news picked it up first, then it went regional, then somehow it hit national news. I became the attic stalker victim. Reporters camped outside my brother's house. They found my social media and started calling everyone I'd ever known. I had to delete everything and go completely dark online. Some true crime podcasts covered it without my permission. I'd be driving and hear my own story on the radio being discussed by strangers. It was surreal and violating all over again. Dating became impossible. How do you explain to someone on a first date that you're hypervigilant about home security because your neighbor lived in your attic for 3 years? I tried being upfront about it once, and the guy ghosted me immediately. Can't say I blame him. I tried not mentioning it, and then had a panic attack when a guy I'd been seeing for a month suggested we go back to his place. I made up an excuse and never called him back. My therapist says I'm not ready, and that's okay. Some days I wonder if I'll ever be ready. The legal process has been exhausting. Depositions, evidence review, victim impact statements. I've had to relive everything multiple times for different lawyers and officials. Gerald's defense team tried to paint me as someone who secretly enjoyed the attention, which made me physically ill. They pointed to the fact that I didn't report things sooner as evidence that I wasn't really bothered. My lawyer shut that down quickly, but the accusation alone did damage. The preliminary hearings have been pushed back twice now due to Gerald's mental health evaluations. I found out through the prosecutors that Gerald had written me letters from the psychiatric facility. Dozens of them. They're being held as evidence, but they asked if I wanted to know the general content. Against my better judgment, I said yes. Apparently, he still doesn't understand what he did wrong. He writes about missing our time together, about how he wishes he could still protect me, about how the doctors don't understand our special connection. It's delusional and heartbreaking and terrifying all at once. The facility psychiatrist says he may never fully grasp the reality of the situation. My family has been supportive but also frustrated with me. My mom keeps suggesting I should just move on and be grateful it wasn't worse. My dad installed a ridiculous security system in my apartment that has so many sensors I accidentally trigger alarms weekly. My brother has been the most understanding. He let me stay with him for 2 months, and never once made me feel like a burden. His wife was patient, even though I know my presence strained their marriage. Having a traumatized houseguest will do that. The therapy has helped, but it's slow going. I've learned I have complex PTSD. I do EMDR therapy, where I have to relive the trauma while doing these weird eye movements. It's supposed to help reprocess the memories, so they're less triggering. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I leave sessions feeling worse than when I arrived. I'm on medication now for anxiety and sleep. I never wanted to be someone who needed pills to function, but here we are. My therapist reminds me that medication is a tool, not a weakness. I've connected with other victims of stalking through a support group. Hearing their stories helps me feel less alone, but it's also depressing to realize how common this is. One woman had a coworker who hacked her home security and watched her for 2 years. Another had an ex who hired a private investigator to follow her for months. We share coping strategies and resources. They're the only people who truly understand Hyun in the hypervigilance, the constant fear that it could happen again. The nightmares are the worst part. I dream that I'm back in that house and I can hear him in the attic. Sometimes in the dreams I confront him and he's apologetic and pathetic. Other times he's violent and I wake up screaming. I've stopped apologizing to my neighbors for the noise. If they have a problem with a trauma victim having nightmares, that's their issue. Biscuit sleeps in my bed now. He's not supposed to, but his presence helps me feel safer. I've had to rebuild my entire sense of security and privacy from scratch. I don't video chat anymore because I'm paranoid about cameras. I keep all my curtains closed. I check my apartment for hidden cameras monthly with a detector I bought online. My friends think I'm being paranoid, but they didn't live with a stalker overhead. They don't know what it's like to have your most private moments violated. Until you've experienced it, you can't understand the level of distrust it creates. The financial impact has been severe, between the house loss, legal fees, therapy costs, and lost work income. I'm probably down over $70,000. I had to dip into my retirement savings. My credit score tanked because I was so depressed. I stopped paying attention to bills for a while. I'm rebuilding slowly, but it's frustrating. Gerald destroyed more than just my sense of safety. He destroyed my financial stability and my career momentum, too. There have been unexpected silver linings, though. I've become closer with my brother. I've learned who my real friends are. The people who stuck around through the worst of it are the ones worth keeping. I've also discovered a passion for victim advocacy that I never knew I had. I volunteer with an organization that helps stalking victims navigate the legal system and find resources. Helping others helps me process my own experience. It gives meaning to something that felt meaningless. The community response has evolved over time. After the initial shock wore off, people started sharing their own experiences with feeling unsafe or being stalked. It opened up conversations about home security and trusting instincts. The hardware store in my old neighborhood now has a whole section dedicated to security equipment. Whether that's because of my case specifically, or just general awareness, I don't know. But I'd like to think something positive came from it. I've had to learn to set boundaries with people who want to know every detail. True crime enthusiasts who see me as entertainment, rather than a human being. Acquaintances who bring it up at parties like it's casual conversation. I've gotten better at shutting those conversations down. My trauma is not a story for their amusement. I share when I want to share, on my terms, in ways that feel safe. The thing nobody tells you about trauma is how it changes your personality. I used to be more outgoing, more trusting, more spontaneous. Now I'm calculated and careful. I think through every scenario. I have exit strategies for rooms I enter. I sit facing doors. I can't enjoy horror movies anymore because they're not entertainment, they're triggers. My friends have adapted, but I know I'm not the same person they knew before. Looking forward, I'm trying to focus on reclaiming my life. I'm slowly getting back into work. I took a new position at a different company where nobody knows my story. It's a relief to be anonymous again, to just be a developer instead of the attic stalker victim. I'm saving up to eventually buy another house, though the thought terrifies me. My therapist says facing fears is part of healing. We'll see. The trial date is finally set for next month. I'll have to see Gerald again, which I'm dreading. My victim advocate will be there with me. I've written my impact statement and practiced reading it without breaking down. I want him to hear how he destroyed my life. I want the judge to understand the full scope of the damage. Whether it makes a difference in sentencing, I don't know. But I need to say it. I've started dating someone new. He knows everything and hasn't run away yet, which feels like a miracle. He's patient with my quirks and boundaries. He understands why I need to know his whereabouts and why I can't do surprises. He came with me to install security cameras in my apartment and didn't make fun of my extensive checklist. Maybe there's hope for normal relationships after all. Some days are better than others. Some days I go hours without thinking about Gerald or the attic or any of it. Other days, I'm right back in that moment of climbing the ladder and seeing my shrine. Healing isn't linear. It's messy and complicated and frustrating, but I'm doing it. I'm surviving and slowly learning to thrive again. So yeah, that's my story. I discovered my neighbor had been living in my attic for 3 years, watching me through hidden cameras, documenting my entire life, and genuinely believing we had some kind of relationship. I'm safe now, but forever changed. I'll never take home security for granted again. I'll never ignore that feeling of being watched. And I'll definitely be checking any attic before buying my next house. Trust your gut, people. It might literally save you from having a creepy stalker living above your head. The recovery is long and hard, but it's possible. If you're going through something similar, know that you're not alone, and it's not your fault. Get help, trust your instincts, and don't let anyone minimize your experience. You deserve to feel safe in your own home.